This is Shaz Barbaric reading Shaz Barbaric, Truth and Narrative. Okay. Forward. Okay. We're doing this outdoors at night on Vieques in Monte Carmelo. So it's very noisy because there's a lot of greenery, a lot of crickets and bugs that make noise. It's nice though. There's a very nice breeze too. I have a candle burning and some incense. It's a nice mood. Okay, so it's gonna be about 4 or 5 hours. I think we could get through it in one take. I might mess up a couple times. Okay. Shaz Barbaric, Truth and Narrative. What we have so far, about 40,012 words. We might add a couple thousand on the end here. Forward. Let me ask you a question. What is a question? The statement, a phrase to elicit information seems safe. But then, what is to elicit? What is information? What is what? We've just become self-referential. God bless modern art. Let's approach this as one would the derealization of a psychedelic experience. What's a derealization? Quiet you. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on? I'm Shaz Barbaric, a name and persona I've chosen for myself. I'm sitting at the kitchen table in my parents' house in Southern California. They still call me David because they're stubborn. This trait seems to run in the family. Now we have the who and where. What's going on? I'm running for President of the United States. What's a president? I told you once. A presidential candidate is a difficult task even for the most qualified. By objective metrics, I likely don't fit such a description. In fact, this goal might approach the impossible. Attempting the impossible makes a good story. My editor told me as much before asking for more words. Shaz Barbaric is a writer. As such, I hunt ideas and their narratives. So new ideas and good stories should be cause enough to undertake such a journey, at least on a personal and professional level. But the impossible is uninspiring without at least some glimmer of hope. What is my glimmer, my hint of possibility? How could this actually work out? What is a question? The world seems awash in contradictory information. It also appears to be decreasing in safety. Perhaps this indicates that more questions should be asked. Is curiosity and stubbornness alone, with the possibility of a resultant narrative to monetize, cause enough to run for president? More words, he says, always more words. Let's imagine that the questions I ask provide information, which provides more safety. Let's imagine further that this dialogue of who, where, what, perhaps even more questions, is inherent to the human condition. Take as the first assumption that our species is by nature inquisitive, curiosity the first tool to create individual and shared realities. I believe now I've begun to construct the kernel of a noble cause, assistance in the creation of individual identities and shared realities. What is reality? Okay, that one we can tackle. Reality would appear to be the sum total of the answers to the questions we ask. Take all this information, I guess you could call it data, put it together into a cohesive narrative so that it can be efficiently processed, and then adjust as needed when new data comes in. The effectiveness of this narrative in explaining the past as well as predicting the future places one's conception of reality on the spectrum between delusion and verified objective truth. So reality is the bigger story then. and derealization, it follows, is a confusion of this story, whether purposeful, as in someone taking mind-altering substances, or malicious, as in someone either corrupting the data, the larger narrative, or a mixture of both. Questions then provide information, data, used to construct more accurate stories of who we are. If not completely noble, hopefully the above at least approaches a higher virtue. Let's call this higher virtue intellectual curiosity, or truth-seeking. So the cause is good, or at least appears to be headed in that direction. The glimmer has been sighted, however slight, among the impossible. Now we can proceed with the path toward the presidency, whatever that turns out to be. What is what? It appears as though you have a lot of questions. And by you, of course, I mean myself. And by myself, of course, I am us. Let us start from the general and walk to the specific, shall we? Then we can discuss what is the presidency and the plan to get from here to there. Thank you. You're welcome. Rabbits win races. Failure wins wisdom. Snails win the earth as their home. Sounds like a decent spread to me. Checks in the mail. Thank you. S.B. Barrick, November 2018, Ontario, California. You're welcome. Okay, where were we at? We just did the forward. HM 1300. HM 1300. Let's begin. How general can we start? How many questions are there? Let's start with infinity then. One afternoon I stared at clouds from my Manhattan rooftop, digesting 5 grams of dried magic mushrooms. Behind the clouds I found more clouds. Behind those clouds I stared up into space. Being stubborn, I kept staring. Being space, the sky above kept giving way. This, then, is the boundary of all existence that surrounds us in every dimension. Space is the infinite, upwards and outwards. I suppose time is also infinite, behind and ahead of us. Our ignorance is infinite, questions outpacing facts. Experience itself seems bound by this infinity, the unknown which lies beyond what we can know, outwards and inwards. Otherwise, things would quickly become quite boring, no? But how does one deal with this unknown, these innumerable unknowns, the suffocation of a tiny existence bounded in every way and on every side by the unknowable? Easy, God. Right you are. So we have a name for the infinite then, a placeholder for the undefined, and a light out of the darkness of despondency. In spirituality we call this God, the first mover, and worship him or her or it or flying spaghetti monster. In science we call this the Big Bang, or whatever other less romantic nouns the clinicians are yelling while they orgasm, in an attempt to push this horrific boundary further away. Who acts more rational? The spiritualist who draws the unknown closer in worship, or interrogators who seek its dissolution? I suppose it depends on how your Monday's going. Sometimes the human condition involves the spiritualist exploring, while traditionalists offer reverence. But religious traditions have proven more static than the scientific when it comes to noodling the unknown. One side lends itself more to experimentation, at least in the modern age. At least one would hope. We need that glimmer of nobility of cause, remember, to give our pursuit some semblance of inspired worth. So ours being at heart an investigation into truth, let's try to stay on scientific footing. Your funeral. Indeed. Would actually be quite odd to have it any other way. So the infinite surrounds us, and we define it in order to either revere or explore its properties. What are those properties? Well, the infinite isn't just a boundary between what is positively known and what can never be understood. Infinity can also infect questions themselves. What in appearance is simple, but in actuality turns out to be unsolvable. The infinite can also be defined as endless repetition, a strange loop. A strange loop, endless repetition. So, endless repetition. Yes, a strange loop. Why strange? Well, self-referential questions within a closed system cannot solve themselves because they comment on both the question and possible solutions. This statement is false. Yes, I mean no, I mean good job. So, endless repetition. Yes, a strange loop. Why strange, though? Why indeed? Perhaps these unsolvable puzzles intrigue us because they echo the origins of consciousness. Who looks back from the mirror? Where is the reference point from within the abyss? What asks what? Is identity itself just a hiccup? Data interpreting data? Just a record skipping before the power is finally cut from the console. Another question which cannot be answered by the questioner. Someone owns a black light. Regardless, these patterns of endless questioning can be labeled as easily as spatial conceptions of the infinite. Yeah, God. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. We conceptualize the infinite through origin stories, spiritual or scientific, and patterns we conceptualize through shit. How do we conceptualize fractal patterns? Oh yeah, fractals. That sounds better than strange. Yes, indeed. It appears as though we have three tasks ahead of us then to categorize the infinite. 1. The limitless unknown, which binds finite observable phenomena. 2. Patterns which play out endlessly in the form of repeating fractals repeating themselves repeatedly. And then 3. Self-referential questions which are unanswerable, these logic fractals, if you will. I will and I have. Love the show. Can't go wrong with Muppets and a killer theme song. A strange paradox where you both agree with and detest audience participation. Speaking of which, let's stick to exploring the first two and offer a label of paradox to the third, which seems more scientific and therefore more useful, for now, than terms like strange or blind reverence, like theism. Perhaps one man's God is another man's paradox. That's actually quite fair of you. And of course, by you, I mean me. And of course, by me, I mean us. Yes, perhaps life is but a fuzzy fraggle, a poor puppet that struts and frets his hour under the rock. Rip. Rest in peace, Jim Henson. Using the power of literary acumen and the stress of financial deadlines, then, let me harness these fractal loops in the form of metaphor to tease shared truths out of dissimilar concepts. Then we can use the smaller patterns to explore the larger and shed light on the overall system. Earn that advance. I know. More words. I christen this metaphor then, History's Microscope, or for marketing purposes, the HM1300, and set its power to 250 million magnification, meaning that 1 year will equal 250 million in our thought experiment /metaphor /HM1300. Let us now flip the power switch to on and see what we can discover peering into time itself, or at least the origins of our galaxy, the planet Earth, and life thereon. First slide up. Dance your cares away. Worry for another day. Dun, 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 dun. Something fraggle. Alright. We'll just run into this one too. Eons to infants. Eons to infants. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'll pause it real quick. Okay, so we are on Eons to infants. Eons to infants. This thing on. Is this thing on? I think so. Seems to be working. Okay. Just talking to the girlfriend. You'll meet her later on in the story. But okay. Let's see. She might call me. We'll see. I could always take breaks. I just pause it, start it back up again. It's a good night. A very nice breeze up here. Okay. Eons to infants. 13.5 billion years ago, the galaxy, let's call her Granny G, is born. That would make her about 54 years old in the HM 1300. HM what? Our history microscope. Please, keep up. The Earth and the Sun arrived 4.5 billion years ago, or 18 years using the metaphor. But let's say the Earth and the Sun were born an equal amount of time before their orbital relationship. So when the Earth and the Sun got hitched, they're 18 years old. Like mother, like daughter. No judgments, please. It was a simpler time billions of years ago, pre-internet. That makes the Sun and the Earth both about 36 years old now through the lens of the HM 1300. And so far in our family, we now have Grandma Galaxy, or Granny G, her daughter, Mama Earth, let's say Mama Matter, and then the Earth's fiery lover, the Sun, Papa Power. You're not getting a show anytime soon with this type of material. I'm pretty sure the science checks out, if not the tortured metaphor. And let's just ignore the fact that Papa may or may not have a whole mess of side chicks, including one he can't figure out if he's acknowledging anymore. Pluto's a thought. So then, when does life start? That's easy. God. If God is a single-celled organism, sure, protozoa arrived 2 billion years ago. Let's call him Pete, and he can be the firstborn with membrane-bound nuclei, DNA chromosomes, and the rest of the baggage of being the eldest. So much responsibility. That means that Mama Matter and Papa Power took their time sorting out their atmosphere before they felt ready to start a family. Because although they got married at 18, they didn't have Pete until they were 28. But after they started, they quickly followed with their second child, Freddy Fungi. Ew. Ahem. Freddy Fungi, 2 years later. That puts our mushroom sibling at roughly 1.5 billion years old on the galactic family of life timeline. Freddy is a little confused, like most middle children, both not able to produce food and so having to consume organic material, but also having cell walls and vacuoles. Vacu what now? Like, think useful storage boxes to put away things you need later or want to move around, which also help with structure. He loved the container store. Freddy is basically a little more useful, or at least more complex, than his older brother Pete. But he kind of goes off in his own direction, again like most middle children, and hasn't really changed much since. Some say he's still discovering himself. Sounds familiar. Quiet you. So Mama and Papa are now 34 with 6-year-old Proto Pete and 4-year-old Freddy Fungi. When they have a set of twins you might recognize, Animal Adam and Plant Patty. Really? Plant Patty? Peppermint was under copyright. So anyways, 500 million years ago, again 2 years under our microscope, Adam and Patty are born, showing you just how young life on Earth actually is. Adam has a cell membrane now, making complex functions easier to perform, but now has to consume organic compounds like his older funky bro. I think Feng Shui Freddy was a missed opportunity. While Patty has a cell wall and vacu-what-nows from the container store, though she's developed the awesome ability to create her own food with the help of her dad. Remember, this is general plant and animal life. Using the HM 1300, humans actually don't arrive until the very last week. And that's only if you count our furthest ancestors, who came on the scene as Homo habilis. In our cosmic family of life, mankind has barely come home from the hospital, with a 2-year-old set of twins in plants and animals waiting for us, along with a 6-year-old brother fungus and 8-year-old amoeba-like eldest. This is simplifying? Well, the idea is to survey the complexity of life over time and to recognize patterns that develop. For example, it's amazing that the evolution of fungus is 3 times older than plant and animal life, and so likely assisted their emergence. Perhaps they can also assist our survival. Is it too much to imagine that a life form which branched out from our evolutionary chain eons before we even became animals, let alone humans, has been able to develop its own version of consciousness, especially if that life form, once ingested, alters our own cognition on such a profound level and plays a vital, if not foundational, role in most, if not all, ecosystems in our... We get it, you shroom. Anyways, Granny G has a big place, and Papa Power seems to be treating Mama Matter well enough, despite his occasional flare-ups and swinging orbitals. They're both 36 with a full house teeming with life, and a new hairy little youngest to bring up to speed. Little hairy Homo might think he's a terror, but even his most dastardly nuclear farts linger only 10 minutes, half-hour max in this timeline. His tantrums are just a bad day in the cosmic scheme of things. He hasn't even developed the restraint to not shit himself on a regular basis. And so a somewhat drained mama still tries to love him the best she can while tolerating his colic, throwing on a VHS when she needs a break, a trick she learned from her own mom. It just so happens that all of modern behavioral humanity, from the Stone Age to the present, can fit into that 110-minute film from her childhood, a somewhat exploitative slapstick comedy about the virtues of recycling. The gods must be crazy. Really? The science checks out. This is why people turn to religion and puppets. You're saying there's a difference. Shots fired. But perhaps we've dialed the HM1300 too high. Let's scale it down by a power of 2,500 and see what patterns we can tease out of 100,000 years to one. From the general to the specific? Pretty sure this thing only works one way. Didn't read the instructions. Okay, so where are we at? We just did eons to infants. We're on the education of man. The education of man. Is this on? Yep, it's still going. Alright. Yeah, I was just, took a little break. Talked to the girlfriend. I'm trying to learn how to be a better person. That's what the whole point of this book is, the point of the writing. We can all learn how to be better people, and it takes, I guess, reflection. And then I was like, how do we contextualize? I'm just going to turn on some incense real quick before I start this next one. How do we contextualize ourselves in history? So we started from the general to the specific, and then we walk our way into our physical creation of our planet, and I mean what we can tell so far, how things got here based on the best information and science and stuff. And then and so I guess that's where we're at, the education of man. Now we're on to how man got here. And then we'll get more and more specific until I get to myself. And then you try to stay honest with yourself, get into your emotions and society, and then look at the forces, or I guess the people or the institutions. But it seems like there's some lies out there. There's some motivation for keeping you from knowing yourself, keeping you from knowing your context, how you fit into this world, to keep you from peace. I feel like I'm the strongest version of myself when I have peace. And so there's an incentive to keep people weak. And that comes from taking away your peace. So this whole practice, and that's why doing it tonight is pretty nice. Being out here, this is a very, very nice place to do this. And I read this earlier today, and it gives you peace. It gives you peace to tell yourself your story. So let's continue. Education of man, 2.5 million years ago. Oh, that's not a title. 2.5 million years ago, Homo habilis, handyman, hit the scene. Short and hairy with lanky arms, and about half the cranial capacity of modern humans. We're not expert hunters yet. Our stone tools are mostly used defensively, and we scavenge for our food. Wait, what was the setting again? 100,000 years to one. For perspective, Homo sapiens sapien, or wise man, shows up 24.5 years later at this scale. We now need to walk our way from the handy birth of man to his wise modernity. You mean wise man? I guess some are wiser than others. Back to the HM 1300. We have this little stone-toting fuzzball exploring areas previously too hostile to inhabit. Dance your cares away. By the time little Homo is around 6 years old, we call him erectus, upright man, that is, That is when pre-conventional morality develops. Consequences are spotted using a new organ which lets him track distant targets by measuring balance and movement. A good thing, because he's also begun to master fire, which requires a little more responsibility, wouldn't you say? Wait, are you mixing metaphors? Child or caveman? Moral or evolutionary development? Yes, he became a capable little hunter, shedding hair along with body heat to be more active during the day. Like first graders starting elementary school, he learns about complex social groups, language, and all the schoolyard gossip that comes with both. This is no way to teach anyone anything. But we did learn, at least our ancestors did, doubling brain size during those formative years. Although cortical gray matter peaked around 13, or Homo antecessor, our common ancestor with other humanoids. You're introducing robots now? Not human droids, humanoids, human-like species. We call ourselves wise humans because there are other wise human species that may have been comparable to us. It seems as though around 7th grade we started taking different classes. Conventional morality is setting in. Pick your metaphor. Ahem. Conventional morality is setting in. We're learning to satisfy the expectations of our social groups and that of society. Putting that bigger brain to work. We used to call this early moral socializing civics before we started merely teaching to test, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Wait, now you're getting political? I am running for president, remember, just walking my way from here to there. By the time our temporal lobes, which handle language comprehension and emotions, fully evolve, we're 18 and ready to start our future. Our classmates, however, are not so fortunate. We've made great memories with Neanderthals, Denisovians, and the rest of the high school gang. Neanderthal women easily beat the strongest bodybuilders arm wrestling, and Denisovians, well, we're still figuring them out, though I suspect they ate lunch behind the gym and had a lot of inside jokes no one else understood. I ate behind the gym. But we leave the freaks and geeks to towny fates, for the wise are college bound. Once we graduate, despite best attempts at debauchery, our brains now consume a magnificent 20% of our metabolism. Really? Yep, I read it somewhere on a bottle cap. Per the HM 1300, we're physically modern at 22, if not mentally, and ready for a career. Or maybe we're going to take a gap year. I don't know what millennials are doing anymore. Do they still call them that? You've lost me. Well, the point is, between 20 and 24, our brain volume triples. triples. So the size doubled in high school, but the real jump in mass came during those experimental years in college, and those couple years of wandering shortly after. Some hypothesize that we might have hung out with our older brother Freddie, expanding horizons with strange Ziploc bags and cool tunes, to develop our own opinions on life. Some say he's just a bum. That rug really tied his room together. One way or another, between fungal cultures and countercultures, we became modern. We're somewhere between 24 and 25. We've decided to get a dog. Oh, and those townies with no prospects or career paths have somehow gone extinct. Wait, what? How? We might have killed them. Seriously? Yeah, we most likely killed them all, actually. Wise man can be a bit of an asshole. The third level in the theory of morality, post-conventional, isn't guaranteed. Consensus, universal moral principles, and ethics that approach the spiritual are earned through willful introspection. Some people are still doing the right thing into adulthood just because it's the law, or out of fear of shame, or punishment. God. Hey, Jesus is love, dude. Unless you don't accept him as your Lord and Savior, then you can go to hell. How lovely. To dig deeper into our possible sociopathy, we'll dial back the HM 1300 by a magnitude of 250, from 100,000 to 400 years. We're exiting the timeline of genetic mutations that allow species-to-species evolution, but only just stepping into the crux of the age of social evolution. It's almost as if innovation is now jumping time frames from life form to lifestyle, genes to memes. So kawaii. Perhaps we should keep this pattern of jumping in mind as we continue to push modern technology past the pace of anything Granny G's home and its family of life has yet seen. You've been hanging around Freddie too much. Just saying, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Systems seek stability. We'd be wise to rethink actions affecting processes developed longer than life's even been around. Some things quickly done cannot be quickly undone. I can get the toothpaste back in the tube. It was a metaphor. You just need to shove it back in there. You're missing the point. Just scoop it up, and then you need like a pokey thing to jam it back in. But maybe blow the tube to inflate it first. Ideally, before you brush your teeth, so you don't waste the toothpaste. Next slide. That you're going to eventually get in your mouth. Totally doable. You're just being lazy. Next slide. I win. Okay, so where are we at? Bodies of bodies. Bodies of bodies. Just one second, let me get a drink of water and we'll start this. So far, we gotta do a little mic check. Is this thing on? Yeah, seems like it's working. Alright. So far we have two lenses with which to view our current situation. A galactic family with man baby a few hours into exploring his gassy potential. And an evolutionary education, but no more friends because we might have killed them all. You make us sound so charming. The first step is to admit you have a problem, right? The story humanity tells itself will be on display as we now enter our third time shift of 400 years to one, a body of people unified within a narrative. Society and the cultures it propagates. Larger bodies composed of individuals. As the little fuzzball got smarter and more social, he also started assembling into larger groups. Larger groups of people require a large narrative to buy into in order to coordinate action through self-imposed ethical behavior. Remember, moral development goes through stages from punishment to social duty to a personal conception of universal and spiritual moral laws. You can only threaten so many people personally. But if you convince the population that your story is universal, not only in this world, but into the infinite great beyond, then you'll have their highest conception of what is right and wrong, bound to the group identity. Think of narratives like social superglue. Throughout the history of large social groups, as we watch people come together in order to confront their existential problems and, more often than not, overshoot the mark with a little pillaging and mayhem, pilgrimage and mayflowers. Good one. The catalyst seems to be a strong sense of group identity, whether displayed through financial, political, or religious systems, and usually incorporating all three: resources, safety, and those pesky unknowables: tithes, church, and prayer. Now, this is why I don't encourage you, heathen. Rather than the quick fix of a certain three-letter paradox, our world's dominated by artificial bodies. Robots, it's time for the robots. Artificial legal bodies, which have begun to dominate resources, safety, and, if not conceptions of the infinite, then at least their institutions of reverence and investigation. Mega church meets mega endowment. Exactly. So this slide will investigate how we got from the stories we tell ourselves to the monsters we've incorporated or brought to life, with less liability, read responsibility, than their flesh and blood constituents. Faxable Frankensteins, if you will. You know that was a doctor, right? The monster was actually agriculture. It all began in a garden, but not the Adam and Eve variety. It's 10,000 BC, and the Earth is coming out of the last ice age, when somewhere in the Middle East, people are practicing their green thumbs. We've mostly hunter-gathered our way through the wild, along with man's best friend, Neanderthals and Denisovians. Dogs. We had dogs. And an interest in staying in one place to improve life. Or maybe build cool shit and then disband. Upon reflection, hunter-gathering was pretty sweet. But regardless of whether it was an evolutionary progression or just a killer rager we grew too lazy to leave, settlements in some way, in some form, were born. Actually, in many ways and in many forms. We're 7.5 when Chinese agriculture started developing, 10 years old when we're scraping our knees along the Indus Valley, and 15 when we take a quick swim across the Atlantic to make sure the Americas aren't left out. Somewhere between 15 and 17, 4 to 3K BC, we're growing enough to have more friends over. Neanderthals, Denisovians. Audible sigh. I should just sigh, I guess. Cities. The fridge is stocked and the parents are out of town. Time to throw a real party because we've achieved civilization. What's a civilization? That's actually, we're not really sure. Going back to identity, a lot of history has been defined by us versus them. The philosopher Plato recognized this when he commented that separating the known world between Greek citizens to be elevated and barbarians, hey, that's you. The label barbarian, he who doesn't speak Greek or who babbles, doesn't tell us anything about a group of people. So the concept of civilization has more often than not merely been an excuse to dismiss people not cool enough to join the club. That's you again. And of course by me, you mean you. And of course by you, we mean us. You see, no one stays on top of history forever, which is why we study it. These patterns play out in a consistent manner, and the controlling pattern of human societies seems to be empire. What's empire? Well, at the top you have elites, usually within the heart of a geographic territory, benefiting most from the inflow of tribute. Next you have vassals, not as powerful as elites, but benefiting in their own right, usually within spheres of influence. Finally, you have the tributaries, those from whom the tribute comes from, the marks. Every Khan needs a sucker, and these are the fat base which gives stability to the pyramid through their ignorance and abuse. Violently enforced if necessary, but if it's a good Khan, just glued in place with that strong cultural narrative. You sound a little bitter. Well, there are alternatives to this setup. In ancient Athens, around our 23rd or 24th birthday, we conceptualized participatory democracy, admittedly probably well high. In fact, around this axial age, we brainstormed most of the good ideas mankind would fumble with for the rest of recorded history. We were on some good shit back then. Bright-eyed and fresh out of the Bronze Age, with large food surpluses and even larger hearts, mankind in the last millennia before Christ, thank you, we came up with some interesting stuff. The civil glue of Confucianism with its retirement package of Taoism, Buddhist nirvana and Jainism's karmic circle jerks, Zoroastrianism, which might be the oldest, and Judaism, which pretends it didn't come from Zoroastrianism. Homeric poetry, as well as that Plato guy and his honest inquiry, which spawned higher learning. That's a whole lot of words. That's a whole lot of wisdom. Within the ideas of that age, we began a human conversation that has continued to this day. If, that is, we didn't constantly get sidetracked by a damn empire, violently shattering our Grecian urns only to glue them back together to carry water for elites. Wait, where does the barbarian fit into empire again? Wait, where does the barbarian fit into empire again? We didn't get an invitation to the party. Sometimes we crash it. Most of the time, it crashes our way of life. Think locals living in any college town. Their rents climb higher, so the townies get rowdy. The controlling pattern of supposed civilization. I guess you can't kill all the townies. Doesn't stop us from trying, though, right? Seems like the working solution has been to keep them fighting amongst themselves, though. The old divide and conquer song and dance. Lie and prosper. The argument has always been that empire is the only company hiring, and so mankind readily put in his application to sign up for large agricultural centers, professional militaries, and advanced bureaucracies, feeling like it's his only way to advance cultures. Busy bees and MTV. I can't tell if you're really paying attention. I think there's an obvious solution, though. Does your solution involve an invisible man in the sky? Let's just say it doesn't not involve an invisible man in the sky. Do you have a moment to discuss our, despite their ideals, ancient Greece and later Rome gave in to the temptation of triangles. 500 BC to 500 AD was a time of warfare between regional empires. It was no time for idealism. We are in our early 20s, out of weed, and needing to pad that resume. By age 26, the Roman Empire's management was changing over to some Odo Acer guy from Germany. Wait, is it pronounced Odo Acer or Odo Acer? To his face or behind his back in the break room? Yeah, we started putting in resumes. After a couple months, there was a startup in the desert that said they had a possible availability. Experience in crafting political narratives from religious epiphanies? Check. Strong desire to secure regional trade overlapping with spiritual pilgrimage? Double check. I like these guys. Please be monotheistic with a decent health plan. Well, you'll be happy to have joined the Islamic Golden Age, where we transferred cultural knowledge from previous employment. It's called institutional memory. Look who reads the Harvard Business Review. So, Islam it was, from 750 to 1258 AD, or whatever letters they throw after numbers. Thoughts on number 1, Jesus, and number 2, pre-existing conditions? First answer, they think he's a cool dude. And second answer, I think they have 2 plans available. Sounds good. And at least now we have hijab. You're sitting on that one for a while. Aren't you going to ask me why the date is so specific, though? Why 1258? ... The Golden Age ended in 1258 because that's when Baghdad was sacked. Just like that, we were headhunted, off to join our third empire in so many years. Our regional manager was mediocre, the printers broke, the rivers ran black with ink. It was a mess, and we were lucky to get out of there when we did. It's going to look like job hopping. Ahem. Empires, like startups, are often acquired. Besides, it doesn't matter if you're still under 30. How old are we now? Well, the Mongolian Empire stretched from 1206 ACE to 1368 ACE, about 28, I guess. You're going to fit all of modernity in 2 years. Oh no, the last half a year, barely to the Middle Ages. But first, the Crusades. Oh, so conflicted. We used to work there. Waged to stop Muslim expansion and reclaim territory, the Crusades, 1096 FML to 1291 FML, opened up trade routes from the Levant to the Baltic. English, please. From the sandpits to the chocolates. No snow to hot cocoa. And that's actually quite revealing, that a European country could specialize in a confection to the point that it evokes their culture, while the main ingredients come from the global south. The fingerprints of empire are all over every aspect of our identity, whether the stories we tell ourselves admit this or not. You're making chocolate political now? Yeah, I didn't make the world, I'm just trying to understand it. While getting our Six Sigma in genocide, I prefer an agile workflow, killing 1/10 of the current population as a part of Genghis conglomerated. The West was laying down the foundation for a renaissance, or a rebirth of European dominance in the market. We're good at killing people. Yes, mankind has become quite good at killing itself. Some may even say it's become our specialty. But back then it was still Mongolian beefs. You know, Mongolian beef was actually originated in Taiwan during the mid-20th. Oxford University, 1200 SFY. Now we have a place to learn stuff again, like Plato always wanted. Or did he want us to live in caves? Or search for the lost city of Atlantis? The guy was a little broad. I see what you did there. Magna Carta, 1215 WWE. We're still up to our knees in slaughtering. No, really, the Mongols kill perhaps 3/4 of all Persians at the time. They can't all have been good people. And too soon. But the rest of the world is progressing. No longer would the king merely rule by divine right. Boo! His subjects were starting to claim rights including innocence, assembly, and speech. But then something funny happened on the way to the democracy. Funny haha, or... Well, power starts shifting from political narratives to financial ones. Crusades and the trade routes they opened, office rivalry at its best. Started sending money into Italian city-states, which developed modern banking during the Renaissance between 1300 and 1600. Age 28 to 29, just after we left Mongol Incorporated. All that slaughtering was giving me carpal tunnel. Just as the serfs were gaining rights before kings, power slipped into more obscure quarters, and thus modern finance was born in Europe. The creditor class would grow to become the more powerful than kings or nations, profiting from both sides of war and suppressing insurgents domestically as well as abroad when their debts weren't paid. So who do we go to work for then? Well, let's see our options. Dante's Divine Comedy was written in 1320. Comedy as in haha, or like not early Jim Carrey on helium funny, more like late Jim Carrey on acid funny. But there was a lot of important art too that if we went to Oxford, I'm sure we would mention. The printing press is invented in 1450. We're about 28 and a half. We skimmed the books and glanced at some paintings, knowing that we could catch most of it in a Ken Burns documentary if we wait another year or so. Are we working at this time? We did good, as the butchers of history usually do, our money making us money. There's a scientific revolution, which we watch with amusement around our 29th birthday. Amused because we were in the library at Baghdad reading about a lot of this stuff a long time ago, but let them have their fun, right? Have to say I'm a little conflicted about the have to say I'm still a little conflicted about that Galileo guy. We've invested... Shh, I'm recording something. Stop meowing, cat. Shh. 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 No. I don't have anything for you. I'm just going to ignore the cat in the background. Such a loud cat. We've invested in a little pilgrimage and Mayflowers on the side. Pillaging and mayhem. Luckily, the Treaty of Westphalia begins international law because we need to divest the sweet Colombian exchange gains into something less volatile. We've done well, but chattel futures aren't looking up. Well, some form of chattel. One stock we've actually decided along is the Dutch East India Company. Actually, it's one of the first stocks ever created, and so probably our longest hold. Hodl. What? The Dutchies run 1602 to 1800, which is about half a year, a decent hold for someone in their 20s. But the real attendees are in our diverse portfolio, including Lloyd's Cafe, Starbucks meets Gecko ads to hedge risk, and the Bank of England to circulate paper currency in 1695. Wow, so paper currency dates to when we were 29. Another time we were amused because Mongols had paper money when we were 28, but let them think they were first. We've always been early adopters. Just wait until you hear how Incas tracked debts by counting knots of gum in your hair. Wait, what? A lot is flying fast and loose this last year, so try to keep up. Enlightenment 1700 to 1800 is decent copy to slap on a constitution. Americans do just that, knowing people will click accept without reading the terms of service. Good thing, too, because at its founding, only 6% of the population of the United States were white male landowners entitled to actually participate in their supposed democracy. I think the official term is preferred stock. That's a pretty good euphemism for racism, actually. And then there's the Industrial Revolution, in which we were, of course, also heavily invested. Capital consolidates, workers get upset because abject poverty, revolutions, constitutions, copy, scroll, agree. I am beginning to doubt the depth of your scholarship, sir. Finally, with the conquering of Bengal through the Dutch East Indian Company, they really need a rebranding, a lot of syllables to manage. Oh, they did rebrand, they did. With their help in the mid-18th century, Great Britain controls the Indian subcontinent and starts to break away from the pack. We bet on the right horse, unicorn. Actually, the British crest is a unicorn, so we're wrapping this up quite nicely. The British Empire is the most successful startup in the world, controlling a quarter of all territory and just under a fraction of all humans. Are controlling a quarter of all territory and just under that fraction of all humans. I'm not so bullish on those numbers, low growth potential. Exactly. Once you control the world, where do you go from there? And so power retreats further into financial centers to make money off of money, while the rest of us are left to fight over invisible lines in the sand and equally irrelevant invisible people in the sky. Wait, what was the Mongol religion? Don't think we got to that part, too busy being metal as fuck. Oh, they just believed in the great sky god. Sounds a little lazy, but I'll take it. It was actually pretty tolerant. No inter-office marches of madness? Nope, just death and trade. Make money or die trying. Or die a lot of other ways. Probably a good chance we're killing you, but also make money. So all empires want is money. Well, it looks like they at least prioritized international trade even before nation-states were a thing. There's something to that busy bee culture exchange theory, and someone's been hoarding the nectar. But let's leave that to the economics historians. We're only 29 with a decent portfolio. Probably better not to ask too many questions. Well, companies and industry are a good thing, though, right? Yeah, the concept of incorporation for one-off projects was a useful innovation for large public works that required complex financing and the hedging of risk. The Suez Canal, constructed between 1859 and 1869, was the largest stock-financed venture at that time and reduced trade routes by over 3,700 miles. Hooray for capitalism! But it was performed with the forced labor of 30,000 fellow human beings. More attendees. The Panama Canal, on our side of the Atlantic, was another large work that couldn't have been accomplished without complex financing. This time, the project was underwritten by the nation-state of yours truly. God? That term has never been used. Built from 1904 to 1914, this canal saved us 4,000 miles each way this time. Cautious celebratory yay capitalism? Well, the French only gave up 20 years prior because after starting with 40,000, over half their labor died. Let it never be said that a large loss of life can deter Americans from following where the French failed. It's too soon. Or the British into Iraq 100 years later. We're approaching our 30th birthday. Financial independence benchmarks are coming up, if not democratic ones. Heck, we might be in the bonus. But are we happy? To be honest, the last couple years of your example was a lot. Kind of waiting to stream that Jim Carrey movie before passing judgment. Ah yes, the Divine Comedy. Is that the story of mankind so far? A comedy? Funny haha, or funny as in just a long acid trip with a 56-year-old depressive? Wow, I feel old now. Though I liked him on Comedians in Cars with that Zoroastrian guy. Are we even reading the entire story? These empires in which we punch the clock, they all have a vested interest in keeping us glued to our cubicles for the company good, no? Traditions and canons, popes and their tropes. The Mongols were transparently vicious, while everyone else is more hypocritical than sociopathic. Well, again, the Catholic Church has somehow mastered both quite well, so there's that. Shots fired. Is that our only choice then? Lying or leveraging our brute force? Or do we wash our hands and say it wasn't in the prospectus? Do we wash our hands and say wasn't in the prospectus? Do we wash our hands and say wasn't in the prospectus? Thoughts and prayers and crisis management. Okay, that was a low blow. I don't want to change your mind. You have your names for your paradoxes, we all do. But shouldn't we at least acknowledge reality? We're 25 when China invents printing, but we wait a couple years to let our European company take credit. We're gloating over America being the goat at democracy. But back in 1142, ODB, the great peacemaker founded the Five Nations of Iroquois Confederacy, possibly the world's oldest democratically functioning body. Blessed are the peacemakers. Yeah, history shows how well that worked out for them. Don't you see? Our ethnocentrism seems to be blinding us to the greater human story to justify one particular brand of violence through an artificial lens of superiority. My HM 1300 might be a little half-baked, but compared to most public school textbooks, it's a LHC. For a guy so suspicious of a certain three-letter word, you sure throw out a lot of them. Here's one last one for you then. WAR, or war. We are right, always and in all ways, merely because we belong to the club of us and not to that of our victims. Kill one man, you are a murderer. Kill millions, you are a conqueror. Kill them all, you are God. Had me until the last one. From the Iroquois to the Iraqi, America has functioned more like Frankenstein than friend. You know that was the name of the... As technology increases connectivity, the reality of the human species as a superorganism becomes harder to deny. Our world suffers from a dissociative form of psychosis. It's said that a democracy must include the following four tenets to be functional: free elections, civic participation, human rights, and legal equity. Democracy is overrated. Give to Caesar's what is Caesar's. The divine right of kings, however. Broken politics all rely on conventional morality as their highest denominator, using reward and punishment framing over any universal concept of right and wrong. Consensus is supposed to be a bridge to a more equitable society. When practiced, it actually feels a little spiritual, because discussion grounded in universal ethics feels infinitely healthier than emotional catharsis based on our biases. Snowflake. It's buying into shared values to create a group identity, and then holding individuals accountable to that group above their selfish interest. It's how peace is made. It's also kind of how man escaped the animal kingdom of pure savagery, if civilization means anything at all. The Oreste A trilogy of tragedies we would binge on when we were baked back in the axial age try to talk us out of reciprocal cycles of violence, and into community-administered justice. Do the stories we tell ourselves these days have the same high-minded aims, or are they just used to justify current power hierarchies, echoing our worst aspects like greed, vanity, and violence? Culture needs a narrative. Instead of gluing selective pieces of the past together with opportunistic reasoning, we can create our future together. This old glue isn't holding. There's too many cracks. Our stories are failing us. All empires eventually end, and psychosis leads to self-harm. If human progress is narrowed to these easily identifiable patterns of manipulation, we've sealed our fate, which I fear, sadly, has spawned the fatalism of the current age. You might just be throwing stuff together to sell a book, though. And perhaps. The nice thing about objective truth is that it's the largest set which includes all others. The best explanation, if you will. I will, and I do. But to really make my point, I'll have to drill deeper into the last half a year and expand it into a larger timeline. Thank God. I was feeling a little cramped there. We now have to move to a framework not of growth, nor morality, but specific behavior. Now it's time to talk about our addictions. I don't have the problem, you do. But then by mean, you mean you, and by you, we mean us. Okay, mic seems to be working. We're going to be able to do this all tonight. We can do it, Shaz. I believe in you. American me. Now we're getting into the meat and potatoes of this. American me. If empire is the pattern of human predation on the social scale, then addiction is the pattern of predation on the individual. One's addiction is another's religion. Not even going to argue that one. Addiction can be defined as the pathological pursuit of reward and or relief through substances and behaviors which diminish the ability to identify and rectify problems and foster dysfunctional emotional responses. So reward or relief, like our pre-conventional morality motives, behaviors and substances, not only things but actions as well. And the important part, the fact that it must be a harmful relationship, specifically harming problem solving and emotional stability, which seem like important life skills to foster. You're the asshole. Where are my car keys? Yes, the addict is often swinging from dysfunction to projection, with their habitual use being the small eye within the storm where they find temporary peace, usually in secret, and usually with enablers on standby to sell them more. Being an American who grew up within more modest neighborhoods, I have my fair share of addiction stories. But we're not talking about substance abuse, although the British Empire did use opium to bend what was the largest economy of the time in China to their imperial will. The imperial will that invented the central banking system, which underwrites the current global hierarchy, which is enforced through American militarism, which goes unchecked partly because we're too busy dealing with, wait for it, an opiate epidemic. Music is essentially 12 notes. How many more notes are in a sheet of music of Empire? Because a lot of this is starting to sound familiar. You're reaching, my dude. Scripts are for the children, apparently. But we're not going to discuss that aspect of addiction, at least not now. Money, power, belief systems. I can stop praying whenever I want. Debatable, but addiction requires irrationality and emotional instability. Religion actually can help mature you if it's used as a tool for self-correction. A spiritual path which humbles oneself to the unknown within and without. Cults prey on membership. Americanism, that claim that all of our actions are right because we're us, a strange loop, operates as an addiction. So let us take the HM1300 down another scale, this time 16 years to 1. We're slowing way down, general to the specific. So we have 15 years, according to our newest metaphor, to explore the United States from 1776 to 2016 and determine if a society indeed exhibits the traits of its constituents. That is, have we developed unhealthy relationships which are leading to self-harm? But we're not going to start with age 0 this time, because as you pointed out previously, our developmental years might be hard to explain. Partying at 7, there's the unreliable and there's sloppy. Then let us instead borrow from real life and lay the history of the United States over an addict I personally watched develop from her first cigarette at 17 to her finally quitting heroin just last year before her 32nd birthday. Not too personal? All I know is what I've lived. I just speak my truth. Look who's addicted to melodramatic. Look who's addicted to the melodramatic. And quiet you. The 5 commonly described phases of addiction. We've gone from scientific to commonly described. I found them on a celebrity rehab website. Anyways, here we go. Use, abuse, tolerance, dependence, and addiction. Courtesy of Seasons in Malibu. World-class addiction treatment in luxury resort settings. They accept most major insurers and are standing by 24/7 at 866-780-8539. Really? Maybe we can parlay a sponsorship. I should call them right now and have their answering machine pick up. That's a real number. If you have the money and you want to go get clean in Malibu, I don't know, it looks like a good place. It looked expensive. I mean, make sure you got the money or your insurance will pay for it, but it looked like a decent place. Anyways. So, maybe we can parlay sponsorship. I have bills, man. On to the first phase, experimental use. Not sure how but tell them Shaz sent you. If you're going to call Seasons in Malibu, feel free to drop my name. So, on to the first phase, experimental use. Not sure how I feel about opiates. Might need more data. Blues are the good ones, right? 1776 to 1824, our first phase of American history, covering my friend when she was 17 through 19 years old. She tried a lot of drugs before I met her, but I know she hadn't done heroin. She transitioned from cloves to cigs, and then other things. We fell in and out of contact those early years. I remember teaching her how to drive, the jumping hug she gave me when she passed her test, stealing a kiss, and her getting mad. I probably talked too much, always verbally processing. I was still figuring out how to approach girls without freaking them out with my intensity. Let me guess, you were the guy sending novel-length emails. Anyways, while I learned how to chill out, she was figuring out, I shouldn't really speak for my friend. All I can say is what I saw. Something motivated her to experiment with a lot of substances, some mind-altering and some highly addictive. Some I tried with her, and some she increased her volume and frequency of use on her own. So my problem is, when I'm crushing pills, I can never get a fine powder. What was the USA doing during this time, you ask? Coinciding with the Industrial Revolution, the first years of our country experienced rapid economic expansion. Manufacturing, particularly of textiles, was mechanized through factory production. Although, funny thing, we were an agrarian economy rather than an industrial one. This owed in no small part to our peculiar domestic institution, of course, that we didn't get around to abolishing until our next phase in addiction. And even when you get a fine powder, how big do you make the line? Straw or dollar? Benjamin, perhaps? I say you gotta go with those foreign currencies. There's a reason why they're plastic. Yes, Franklin himself testified to the land speculators on the frontier. Perhaps it was the risk-taking of youth, buying stuff of questionable quality from shady characters. The Louisiana Purchase from one French dealer, free Floridian samples from a guy with a Spanish accent. Like I said, questionable quality. I'm here, but I'm gonna be a minute. Do you, as America itself did its own due diligence in exploring its newly acquired territories. But our addiction isn't in territorial acquisition. That's so Genghis. No, we live in an era of modern finance, remember? So let us trace the roots of our own central banking system, going back to the first bank of the United States. Pushed through in 1791 by Alexander Hamilton, and they wonder why someone shot the guy. I thought you were checking out. No drug can overpower this level of banter. I have a friend named Fentanyl who might say otherwise, but let's save that for our final act. How can something that makes you so happy be so bad, right? Money might not buy happiness, but it sure buys a lot of things that seem to provide it, and it sure as hell can become addictive. The First Bank of the United States, modeled coincidentally enough on the First Bank of England, had its 20-year charter expire in 1811. This is partly because it only ends up controlling 20% of the nation's currency, with state-run banks making up the rest. And then also possibly due to the fact that it was partly owned by foreigners who shared in its profits. Wait, what? Really? Sometimes the pattern is undeniably clear. First, country A wins independence from country B. Then country B insists that country A create a central bank they can profit from, which they do until it expires. Then, 1 year later, both countries go to war in 1812. Without a central bank, the United States resorted to issuing treasury notes. English, man, are these bills, and can they be rolled into the shape of a straw? Treasury notes were a debt instrument issued during financial stress, hand-signed and in larger denominations and dimensions. Larger straws are good. Bearing the owner interest, usually within 3 years, a financial crutch our nation used to heal. Ever notice how pens and straws share similar qualities? They didn't seem to work so well the first time around, the notes, not your inventions. I'm not sure how I feel about opiates, but I definitely like the way they smell. So, to combat rapid inflation, a second Bank of the United States was chartered from 1816 to 1836. I'm here, but I'm gonna be a minute. And thus we close our first phase of addiction, experimentation with central banking. And war, of course, the most debt-incurring of any state activity. Let's see. We had all of those Indian wars. They're not going to genocide themselves, you know. And then those pesky rebellions over credit and taxes. Luckily, most of those suckers can't vote. Lol. Barbary wars and Pirates of the Caribbean kept us busy with 3,000 attacks between 1815 and 1823. Remember, empires need those open trade routes. It looks like militarism was our gateway drug, with war-dealing financiers on the standby to offer the harder stuff. Huh? Where am I? We could still stop at this point, though, right? I mean, I'm asking for a friend. We all seem to have friends these days. Maybe we could have stopped if we had really thought about our destiny. If we had really thought our destiny was only to extend across the continent, or if we'd put more effort into peace than warfare, or perhaps stop to look in the mirror and learn how to love ourselves sincerely and completely, as a human family. I look in the mirror every time I bend over my coffee table. Like safeguards against any addiction, energy flows where attention goes. Positive sources of esteem insulate against self-harm. Gardens of self-worth you water daily with habits that develop emotional and intellectual maturity. Are we allowed poppies in our garden? They say... Are we allowed poppies in our garden? There's an addiction gene, they say, but it's also a disease. The sixth step is actually relapse. It's more of a circle than a progression, a warm, happy circle. Why am I so itchy? Can I borrow that 20, though? I got to see a man about a horse. As long as you're still functional, you're still in phase 2, or regular use, transitioning into abuse. Totally in control. The years are 1824 to 1876, or 1824 to 1872, with the U.S. totally in control as well. Remember that second central bank expires in 1836, again not to be renewed. Andrew Jackson was elected president, and he really hated the central bank idea. Something about corruption, speculation, foreign powers profiting off domestic turmoil, a bunch of antiquated ideas like that. Good old Andrew. Not as fancy as Ben, not as quite as sad as a dusty George. This time, though, we didn't get war a year later, rather a financial crisis in the form of the Panic of 1837. There were a lot of contributing factors, including Jackson's own well-intentioned but short-sighted idea to require federal payments to be made in gold and silver. But the Bank of England, holding the world's reserve currency and expanding credit freely for 2 years previous, before raising rates, tightening global credit markets, probably had just a little bit to do with the crash as well. The boom and bust cycle, totally natural. Totally. Banks collapsed, businesses failed, unemployment shot to 25% in some areas. Naturally, I moved in with my friend. What? She was like around 20, 21. This phase in American history would cover her from 20 to 22. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment in the Inland Empire for an hour outside of Los Angeles. She liked to do the music festival thing. I was working at my parents' insurance agency. We both smoked weed while I crushed on her, and she crushed multiple boyfriends between pills. Or maybe the other way around. But the boyfriends became less frequent, long trips more so. Then the lighters and the spoons. I found a needle in the bathroom, which was the definitive proof, taking it with me as I moved out. Which was a cruel thing to do. Persecution doesn't stop addiction, it just makes it more dangerous. What, are you suggesting giving them clean needles? Actually, yes, this goes a long way in keeping people healthy and gaining a chance at interdiction where they can be helped. Treatment instead of incarceration decreased fatal overdoses in Portugal by over 50%. What was Portugal up to back in the early 1800s? Empire, of course, and then something weird going on with the king giving his son Brazil, but the kid called no backsies, but he made his dad emperor as a consolation. Let's stick to America for now. So, I knew at this time my friend was definitely on heroin. Your friend is not America. Debatable. Anyway, she was somewhat functional roommate, but I couldn't live in this type of environment. I was learning to draw boundaries. Speaking of which, the boundaries of the continental United States were set after the mid-1800s with the aftermath of the Mexican-American War and the Oregon Purchase. Somewhat shaky segue, but okay. There are other military incursions, of course, that aren't official wars. Our Navy landed in Indonesia to retaliate for the plundering of a cargo ship in 1832, and then Argentina the following year to protect our interests, which is nation speak to describe profits. My interests are in a lighter that doesn't quit on me within a week. That's like your third one, dude. Peru is having a revolution in 1835, so of course we had to protect profits, interest over there. Sumatra, 1838, Fiji, 1839, Samoa, China, and Africa, revenge, pride, and piracy. And then the Mexican-American War, of course, from 1846 to 1848. Wait, are you trying to frame American militarism as just a corporate protectionist racket from its inception, and you have no more lighters? Oh no, that would be sloppy scholarship. We haven't quite invented the modern corporation yet. Many of these might be partnerships or even sole proprietorships. Thing about veins is once poked, twice shy. I'll take your latest nap to go from our Mexican kerfuffle to a nation divided. Mexico had population issues with their territories to the north. So at first they welcomed foreign settlers, but then they soon had another issue: how to incorporate these new mostly white slave-holding citizens into their culture. One easy solution was to outlaw slavery. Most Mexicans are against it by now. Time to get with the program, gringos. But the noobs ignore that attempt. So outlaw immigration? Ignored as well. If only you were awake to revel in the historic irony of white Texan illegal immigrants. Then, Texas being Texas, they claimed independence, looking to the U.S. to eventually bail them out. Only the U.S. isn't so sure that they want another slave state, especially not one so large. See, some people in the North are learning how to not be such assholes, at least not so transparently. Industrialization and transitioning from literal slavery to wage slavery will do that to you. Don't have to feed or house them, just pay subsistence wages, less overhead, smaller HR costs. I think they call it a hollow corporation. We waffled for a couple decades on the Texas issue before this guy named Polk was elected, and he lived up to his name by poking the frijoleros until we had an excuse for a full-scale war, which we won easily, marching into the heart of Mexico and flying our flag over their capital. Wait, we took over Mexico? I see you're starting to build up a little tolerance, as America was for conquest. Yes, Congress was torn between completely taking over our southern neighbor or just accepting the concessions won from war. They would have pushed for total conquest if not for the fatal error of Mexico placing the colored race on an they would have pushed for total conquest if not for the fatal error of Mexico placing the colored race on an equality with the white. Who was that jackass? Former vice president. Yeah, when racism supports your entire economic outlook, it becomes somewhat of an institution externally and internally, to the point that it's wrapped up in your very identity. If money and power are addictive, then it would stand to reason that the hate that defends accumulation would also be addictive. The imperialist suspicion of equitable societies can overcome even their own greed. My question for context would be, why would the profiteers of our current economic disparity act differently in challenging their biases? Or as another novelist would say the following century, it is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on not understanding it. The question then becomes, how can we expect to understand peace when war is so profitable? Addiction becomes part of your identity, along with all of the lies you tell yourself to rationalize your habit, until soon you lose all sense of reality, and sometimes human decency. Big toes have veins, right? That's right, it was a big chunk of land acquired after the Mexican-American War, and the question was going to be to slave or not to slave. Who are we kidding? Most of us still slave away for our corporate masters, but the illusion of freedom, right? So the North wanted the illusion along with the centralized federal bureaucracy that comes with it, while the South had that old openly proud asshole market cornered. Then and now, apparently. Shots, ow. You're not, try the inside of your thigh. And so we had a war about it, violence being the rational course of rational men. After our president spent more public funds fighting than he would have spent just purchasing every slave outright, and 1 out of every 10 northern young men, as high as 1 out of every 3 in the South, by the way. And 1 out of every 10 northern young men died, as high as 1 out of every 3 in the South, by the way. The Union drove Old Dixie down to earn the right to legally discriminate against former slaves nationwide. Look at Abe trying to put up Mongol numbers. Precisely. More than just slavery, at issue was the concept of who controls the country. Which brings us back to our banking history. Armies do not build themselves soldier by soldier any more than churches do brick by brick. If you remember our previous lesson on empires, they require large agricultural centers, professional militaries, and advanced bureaucracies. I'm here, but I need a minute. Chasing pirates to protect profits was fun and Mexico was a good dry run, but a professional military on the scale of the British Empire currently bitch-slapping the rest of the world would require a much more advanced bureaucracy. So it's no wonder that during the commotion of the Civil War between 1861 and 1865, we passed the National Bank Act of 1863. Along with de-incentivizing state banks, creating their national counterparts, and establishing a currency, this act gave the federal government the ability to sell war bonds. As they say, both power and vice easily acquired are often not so easily relinquished or distinguished. Slow clap, not praise, just really drowsy lately. The same law was used in 2004 to bar state attorney generals from oversight that could have prevented the recession. What good is a laboratory of democracy when the labs are neutered? Okay, that's definitely mixing metaphors. On the brighter side, we do get the official end of slavery with the 14th Amendment declaring all people born in the United States deserve equal protection under the law. Progress? Which was quickly used 20 years later to justify corporations as legal people. This paved the way for the concept of these limited liability creatures to completely infect civic life, just as we are running out of continent and headed toward risky use, or actual bona fide empire. I'll be in the bathroom for a while. Yep, 1872 to 1920 now. Changes in behavior around one's habit due to increased tolerance. You okay in there? My friend, she's 23 to 25 around this time. She told me that people overdose because they try to stop and then forget their tolerance and take too much. I don't know if she actually ever overdosed. Never told me that. She did tell me when she put a gun to her head, though, pulled the trigger. Luckily, her boyfriend had removed the firing pin before going to work that day. Addiction can be a dark place. I'm going to need an acknowledgement or noise or something, man. I can't have you in there for another hour. Be right out. Risky use it is then in bathrooms and gunboats around the world. Colombia, Egypt, Haiti, Mexico. Mexico again? You're out of toilet paper and spoons. Something about they took our cows. Korea, Samoa, Argentina, Chile, South Dakota, hundreds murdered. I'm sure they were armed. Nearly half were women and children. But answer me this. Did they have arms? Oh, in 1891, our Navy attempted to stop seal poaching in the Arctic. Let me guess, so we could torture the defenseless seal babies in cruel imperial experiments? No idea, maybe just America trying to protect the local animal population. Waiting for it. Before it wages its first imperial war of conquest abroad in 1898, occupying Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines, and strangling nascent independence movements within all three. Or perhaps drowning would be a better term, since the Philippines was where we first perfected the art of waterboarding we'd later export to pacify Iraq 100 years later. At least we now know what the Navy needed those SEAL research. At least we now know why the Navy needed that SEAL research. And now we have an actual global empire to manage and expand. An official habit, if you will. You act like we only use our military for nefarious purposes, though. I want some fair and balanced perspectives, like some positive drug stories. Man has successful career with wife and 2 kids and a nice side habit. Who doesn't want to come home after a long day and shoot up a nice warm one? There might be a reason those stories are uncommon to non-existent, though, right? Wars of conquest, empires have one goal: consumption of value, reducing people to inputs in a system where the human gets cannibalized. The thing about a highly addictive habit is that eventually, even the wife and kids get in the way of your using. There is no chill with drugs like opioids or war. They become your purpose for living until they absorb your very will to live. And then you're just waiting to die on your best days, wishing you were already dead on your worst. But enough about millennials. We still have to walk our way from the turn of the 20th century to the present. Wasn't this the Gilded Age? Yes, industrialization brought concentrations of capital which mimicked the centralization of national authority. The common worker protested for his fair share, or at least a fair workday, only to be quickly beaten back by private armies, national armies, or often a mixture of both. We are dicks to the world. No, this is here in America. Why? Why was my friend living with a guy who kept a loaded gun in his house? You're really trying to wedge in her narrative. And you're really using your shoelace to tie off your arm. She was a dancer of some sort this time in Florida. I think he kept her doped up as a way to get with her and then to keep her with him. From the micro to the macro, human behavior follows the same patterns. Only the imperial powers weren't just keeping China addicted to opium as they defied laws to import chests of the stuff into her country. They were growing addicted themselves to their standard of living and the violence required to support it. By the way, fentanyl comes from China, just putting it out there. The very product that's causing our spike in overdoses in the United States is coming from the country which the world powers humiliated a century and a half earlier using these same tactics. Just saying, power has always been the real addiction. Power for the financiers of the ultimate disposable goods, things that go boom. And then, of course, the reconstruction of those things that went boom. And then the taking of the resources from those who once lived where the boom happened to fall. Sometimes I can't tell if you're simplifying or confusing. Nation-states were so Westphalia. The real money was in the Dutch East-type tendies. So let's get back to how centralized money, in the form of centralized banking, was coming along. Just a perfect day. We had a panic in 1907. Your basic run-of-the-mill stock manipulation gone wrong. Drank sangria in the park. And out of the ensuing chaos, and then later, when it gets dark, never wanting to let a good crisis go to waste, of course, we go home. First checking that domestic democratic impulse, though, by capping Congress at 435 members. Just a perfect day. The powers that be succeeded in pushing through once and for all. Feed animals in the zoo. The Federal Reserve Bank of the United States in 1913. Then later a movie too. Capitalized by a newly instated federal income tax that same year. And then home. Finally transferring the control of our nation's money supply into private hands. Oh, it's such a perfect day. Of course, global war breaks out that very next year. I'm glad I spent it with you. The imperial addicts who feasted on China had turned on each other. Oh, such a perfect day. And their newly automated weapons, previously used to pacify weaker fledgling nations, you just keep me hanging on, created the savage brutality known as trench warfare. You just keep me hanging on. Da 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 da. Almost half of British and Italian soldiers were killed or wounded, and 3/4 of French and Russian forces suffered the same fate. 40 million dead or wounded human beings. For what? America got off lightly with only about 500,000 casualties. We had control of our habit. And so with our big stick in hand, and banana obsessions in our own backyard, so we're just not doing phrasing then, we swore we'd never crash. Which is exactly what we did, of course, in 1929. It's kind of funny how depression fits both contexts of your metaphor. I wonder if they do that on purpose. Fractals, my friend, the smaller pattern represents a larger, and vice versa. Whether you create a morale hazard by bailing out one too many banks, whether you create a morale hazard by bailing out one too many stock schemes, or you're on the other end scheming for just one more hit, abuse is abuse. The Depression was the ultimate boom and bust cycle, totally natural. As agriculture consolidated and farmers, along with the rural poor, took to the cities to survive. And now we enter our fourth phase of addiction, dependence, from 1920 to 1968. We've allowed a dangerous relationship to develop between the serialization/monetization of citizens and the centralization of federal authority for imperial conquest. Our copy, dating to the Enlightenment, still reads as decent terms of service. For example, Teddy the Progressive. Yeah, that's the teddy bear guy. Yes. He was busting trusts in the early 20th century to free up competition in the market. But there were still some ugly assumptions underlying the American dream. Those who claimed the race importance between whites and scattered savage tribes, whose life was but a degree less meaningless, squalid, and ferocious than those of wild beasts. Who was that jackass? Teddy Roosevelt. But he was so adorable. The stories we tell ourselves. The same man who fought so hard for nature fought Puerto Rican independence, machine guns in tow, to benefit a color wheel subset of civilization. Replace the color wheel for the cultural one, and what's different this time around? They don't dance salsa in the desert. Iroquois to Iraqi, the right answers don't change, just the latest lies and cowards who defend them. How could we dare to claim to be bringing democracy to Iraq when we haven't even figured it out here at home first? How could this demonic teddy bear not empathize with the desires in the Caribbean countries for the same terms of service as the American app to the north? Or to go back even further, when a Spanish profiteer of little moral note salivated over subjugating the first peoples of Puerto Rico, bragging, with 50 men they could be compelled to do anything one wishes. And so he chopped off their hands if they didn't find him gold. The hands of the natives who introduced themselves as Taino, noble, as in, we're not the asshole cannibals to the south. We're good people. We have a good life. This is the land where God lives, and as his caretakers, we welcome our guests. Anything one wishes. I'll remember this version of Aladdin. We find bright spots here and there of progressivism this, National Park Service that, humanitarian that other. But Teddy the Bear has a statue still standing in front of the Natural History Museum in New York. Not as a backpacker or a camper or another symbol of communion with nature. No, he's flanked by those he described in his own words as having less worth than the horse he rides. The barefoot servants of history. Savages, barbarians, pacified, colonized, the other. Little less on the nose, perhaps. Even at your lowest, addiction is a choice, as is the decision to get clean. We are not automatons. I really keep hoping you're going to introduce robots into this narrative. Why do junkies brag about their habit? Why the subculture? Like our older bro Freddy, I remember him. Humanity also grows in colonies. This is the face of our addiction. These are our fruiting bodies, the hate of inhumanity that mental gymnastics rebrand as necessary components of our national identity. There could have been no other way, we tell ourselves as we cook up one last time. Everything happens for a reason, we mumble and make our peace with death, checking out, drifting further away from our moral compass. We escape from connected humanity into solitary bliss, continuing our suicide pact with the one habit we can't give up, the subjugation of our fellow man. Manifest destiny is sold not as genocide, but as a natural occurrence beyond our control, let alone our questioning. Great Britain describes waking up to an accidental empire. A lot of people have trouble sleeping lately. Can you return these things to Walmart for me? Don't worry. I understand. You had no choice. Admitting choice allows for possible alternatives. Yours is a noble path, even. It's a big company. They won't notice. They're screwing us anyways. It's better than you hurting someone. Addiction becomes the absolute around which the addict constructs their worldview. And if you have to hurt someone to get what you need, then you'll need to imagine a worse action you could have taken to soften the blow against your conscience. At least we gave them reservations. At least we didn't nuke Iraq. We're always rational and benevolent. In the end, our victims deserve what they had coming, if only because they happen to not be us. We are right. Always. In all ways. There will always be a reason to continue using. And so the cycle continues from the micro to the macro. One doesn't become an addict instantly. The lies they tell themselves along the way hide the inhumanity of the journey, until by the end of their path, they're doing things they couldn't ever imagine doing at the start, like felony larceny. At this time in my friendship with our other side of addiction, I'd graduated from insurance in SoCal to real estate in Manhattan. I was only hearing from her sporadically. After the suicide attempt, I made my peace with the fact that each haphazard communication might be the last I heard from her. Then she said she wanted to get clean. It wasn't the first attempt I'd witnessed, and it wouldn't be the last. But I hadn't given up on her. I opened up my apartment to the nobility I still recognized. She hit the couch while I hit up dating apps to keep my personal interest out of her life. You start to realize that the last thing addicts need is more compulsion. Romance requires an honest foundation. Perhaps democracy does as well. I could see she was teetering on the edge as she would groan and sweat into the night. But she got better, at least I thought she did. Enough so that I loaned her my car that winter to keep it out of the New York snow, letting her take it to Florida to visit family for the holidays. Questionable quality, questionable judgment. When the spring came and I asked for the car back, the texts became less frequent. My urgency increased, but to no effect. She only relented once I threatened her with arrest. I found her, puffy-eyed, parked in front of a Brooklyn hospital. She was trying to get Suboxone, trying to get clean. But the reality was she lost my trust. She was on her own. You wouldn't quit me, right? I don't think it works like that. Would you steal my car? Not if you gave me $20. Yeah, we don't have a material relationship. Well, I can use your thoughts against you. Why would you do that? Why won't you spot me 20? I don't, you're not real. You're a figment or a dialectic or a lazy rhetorical device. You're a creep. What? Tell them why your friend always turns you down. This isn't about me. Isn't it though? Aren't you going to admit that you tried heroin yourself this past September? Didn't the girl who hooked you up overdose earlier this month? The one you're trying to bang? Dude, you're fucking up the linear narrative. You're bitter she didn't fuck you. You freaked her friends out by chasing them in your car when she was 17. Stole kisses because they weren't offered. You didn't move out because of the needle. You felt rejected. This isn't the time to analyze myself. We still have 2 sections of America to go. You enjoyed her addiction. It gave you more control. You didn't even need to fuck her anymore. Just bring Tinder thoughts home so she could sweat her regrets out on the couch. You wanted to rub her nose in it. You wanted her to suffer. This is dark, dude. You gave her the car out of guilt, knowing she wasn't responsible enough to handle it. You knew that she was gonna fuck this up too. You suspected this was the only way she'd ever get clean, locked up like an animal, just to make you feel better about yourself. Just because you have access to my worst thoughts and fears doesn't mean that your voicing them creates who I am. We are all editors of a rough draft that we're in the process of constantly revising. Honesty and sincerity correct toward the truth, and every day is a new page in the story. I'm my own creation. You never loved her. You just wanted to do what you wished with her. Hypocrite, Columbus, try-hard piece of shit. You're addicted to avoiding your loneliness. There's no truth to you, only clever justifications. You can't hide from yourself. What right do you have to judge anyone else? I see you, motherfucker. This is unsustainable. We have 2 more phases left to go in this section. I'm going to try this next one alone. Boundaries. That was weird. Our 4th phase of addiction, 1920 to 1968, dependence, describes a national mind and body reliant on our fix. The unequal treaties signed during China's century of humiliation were now replicated with the Treaty of Versailles and Germany, setting the stage for a second global conflict. Pandering to addiction only increases its hold on one's psyche. Every bottom is rock bottom until you fall to a lower level, until we're all finally in the earth for good. But before we unpack the deadliest conflict in human history that involved over 100 million people from over 30 countries, up to 85% of which would overdose on war to end up in that good earth, let's set up some context. Since my buddy seems to be on timeout, I'll have to proceed with a little more caution. Perhaps we should consider how people fit into our lives. Does our inattention support their vices indirectly? Do they hold things for us? Not just substances, but pain, pity, convenient narrative transitions. More words. Feudalism. A result of the decentralization of an empire, feudal societies replaced strict bureaucracies with manorialism. This involves a lord of a manor and peasants attached to the land from birth. Then you add a roaming warrior class to lay down the law and assemble armies. These last badasses were the knights of medieval Europe or the samurai of Japan, for example. It's like Diet Empire, all the territory but with a fraction of the overhead. Around the world, empires had fractured into feudal stases, with peasants further devolving into serfs as they incurred generational obligations for living on other people's land. As the lowest members of civilization, serfs were barely a step above slaves, since they could even be bought, sold, or traded. America escaped this pattern due to, first and foremost, our founding fathers being excellent at writing A-plus terms of service copy, which, although ridiculously hypocritical, did offer some protection from outright serfdom. But then we also had a lot of other people's land up for grabs, so the whole lord and estate system hadn't taken hold for centuries, as it had in Europe. Though once we ran out of continental territory, we did our best to catch up to global inequality. When the Industrial Revolution came along, lords began to function more as barons of capital. This allowed the smooth transition to capitalism in Europe, with industry setting up near plentiful energy sources to exploit people used to being born into servitude. During the latter half of the 19th century, however, the serfs, and some lords even, were growing restless, especially in Russia. One of the most famous of the class traders was a Russian prince named Peter Kropotkin. The addicts of accumulation justified their habit through the pseudoscience of social Darwinism. So Peter the Prince offered his own corollary: mutual aid, a factor of evolution. Peter pointed out that it was an evolutionary emphasis on cooperation instead of competition in the Darwinian sense that made for the success of species, including the human, a fact that could be witnessed in any sustainable village or even family, or job, or sports team, or military. Competition, although necessary for survival, is exhausting, which is why, even among the animal kingdom, bluffs and posturing make up a majority of aggression. Ain't nobody got time for all that fighting. In fact, symbiosis, or as the prince called it, mutualism, is the reigning pattern of ecosystems from key species to the whole. We're only now discovering fungal nutrient highways that deliver minerals to trees vast distances away. I know, I shroom. How does this relate to American history? Someone might ask me if they were here. Sigh. Or I should just sigh. The lords turned capitalist, exploiting the skeletons of feudalism, needed more land for more industry along with more labor and energy. What had been historically held in common was now closed to the public, further solidifying class consciousness. Why do we remain poor generation after generation? Why should we give up another river or even stream to power the greed of the few, and now our heir, and now my child? Doesn't nature belong to all? Don't children belong to their parents? Shouldn't progress benefit the common good? Our earth could be held in common for the enjoyment of all if we just stopped abusing it, abusing each other. Abusing ourselves, really, if you look at the bigger picture. Why do we keep allowing fractured identities to become so reliant on these hateful excuses that only justify the assholery of an elite? The oppressed class saw cooperation as the key to survival, with the earth being held in common trust for the species. But then their oppressors claim that might makes right and only the strong should survive. The logic of self-justified habits and intellectual infants who defend so many hands in the global cookie jar. The response to this fracturing of our world into private fiefdoms to be exploited was conceptualized as socialism, a hope that social good could one day be held above personal gain. Socialism, in all its rainbow variants, is merely a belief in protecting what we share in common. Enter communists stage left, offering communes and bureaucracy to fix things. Basically saying, great idea, guys, just put me in charge. Which is how you get an ex-bank robber running things in Russia, with it working out as well as one would expect, including scripts full of death and chicanery. Then you had the anarchists with their great idea of let's put no one in charge solution. Prioritizing sincere expression over collective effort, they were sometimes shouty but at least more participatory. Half a century before WW Part 2 Electric Boogaloo, the anarchists split from the communists on the global stage over the use of authority. But the communists, to their credit, succeeded in overthrowing Tsar's government in Russia. America, to our shame, interfered in Russia, along with other Western powers, to reinstate the elites and try to keep the whole feudal thing going, addicted by then to corporate profits, protected by national militaries. But the U.S. wished on the wrong shooting czars, with a Dog's Day afternoon guy winning the day. No one really took the anarchists seriously, as people do cats, so they started to claw at the social fabric, as cats do when ignored. As they say, you can write 1 million books, but you shoot one president and you're not an author, you're the terrorist. Some nut tries to make friends by shooting McKinley just after the turn of the 20th century, and anarchism is outlawed in America. Meanwhile, Europe is cracking down on labor, and Russia consolidates power under Mr. Point Break. Then democratic socialists start to emerge, who neither want to dissolve the state completely, like the anarchists claim is needed, nor build new hierarchies, like the communists. Then democratic socialists start to emerge, who neither want to dissolve the state completely, like the anarchists claim is needed, nor build new hierarchies, like the communists. The dog just walked up, and I was just checking it out. Animal walks up to you, and I'm in a place with not much light, so it's very dark here. Animal walks up to you out of the dark while you're describing 20th century history is interesting. All right. Meanwhile, Okay. Hey, what's up? What's up? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Where are we at? Then democratic socialists start to emerge, who neither want to dissolve the state completely, like the anarchists claim is needed, nor build new hierarchies, like the communists. These social democrats propose that democracy should protect the things that should be shared in society, such as healthcare, information, the environment, and even markets. Yup, even capitalism can be socialist if you accept markets as natural human expressions. Social capitalism can be considered a market economy with oversight by the affected parties. Remember, socialism is just the concept of a general welfare beyond individual greed. The use of authority required to uphold their ideologies is where they separate. For example, zombie libertarians might care more about protecting their property than improving society. That's all about what your values are, personal liberty or the social good, or just maybe a healthy mixture of both. As far as the communist, it was always about power and promises borrowed from others. In that way, their obsession with deceit and authority mirrored their crony capitalist counterparts, instigating a false dichotomy which would dominate the world for the next 100 years. But before we go modern, first we have another world war to grossly oversimplify. Another president, cousin to Proud Boy Ted, headed off the proto-hippies by introducing a New Deal to bring economic relief and reform in industry, agriculture, finance, water power, labor, and housing. Elites saw what was happening in Russia and said, maybe we should ease up on creating our own domestic serf problem, lest we start experiencing homegrown heat. Although Roosevelt made sure to also consolidate federal power as he placated the serfs. And now the world was set up for us to join the largest excuse for violence man's addiction to wealth had ever conceived, that great multinational Axis and Allies piñata party known as Risk Without the Game Board but way more drinking. No, seriously, Winston Churchill was a lush. This whiskey mouth-washing cubicle cowboy was once so drunk by noon he fucked up Jordan's border with Saudi Arabia in what's excused as Winston's hiccup. The world has always suffered from illegitimate authorities, and man has always played God drunk. America's terms of service was supposed to have addressed this. No, not the alcoholism, the checks and balances on power. Otherwise, you get a pyramid a barfly can climb to draw your maps and shoehorn his way into your textbooks with half-hearted quips. Church the Lurch secured BP their first oil field in the Middle East to build the world's largest refinery on the Gulf and fuel British imperial might from the 1920s to 1940s. By the time an art school dropout capitalizes on the Schadenfreude of the Versailles fiasco, the fix is in. Dealers aren't surprised by 3 a.m. texts. They expect you to want more. Financing war between empires is a captive market. It was only a matter of time. Although it didn't hurt that Germany's central bank head was very close to Britain's central banking baron. That would be a Mr. Montague Norman, the self-described currency dictator of Europe. Every now and then, an asshole is stupid enough to go on record for the sake of vanity and a Time magazine cover, and the world is offered a glimpse into the higher echelons of inbred power. So, Germany rearming surprises no one, especially the United States corporations who helped Nazis unapologetically throughout the war, Associated Press. Fascism played the foppish Fall Guys for a huge free-for-all which takes out Great Britain's main competitors to daddy-dicking the world. A world order which since inception was a stock venture to socialize costs for private profits, succeeded in keeping nation-states addicted to the suicidal habit of militarism. Some might not agree with this interpretation. But then how does one explain the Congo Free State not referenced in the common narrative? Through the alchemy of violence, King Leo took externalities to the next level, murking 2 times as many Congolese as the Jews who died in World War II. Where is their outrage? Their Holocaust museum. It's not the right narrative. No great man of history to scapegoat the world's problems, because this is a natural result of addiction unchecked. You make a bust, which makes the papers to justify your authority, which is actually just a protection racket to keep the con going. And the bagmen, well, Schalmer Schott died peacefully in Munich in 1970. This is a financier who visited J.P. Morgan in America and was basically related to Montague, the man who invented the Mifo bill scheme, which allowed Germany to illegally rearm. The member of the global finance syndicate pushing our collective habit. Money making money. The Belgian Congo was our first genocidal overdose, before even the Jews and Armenians. Yet we disrespect these victims of inhumanity by excluding them from the stories we tell. We have not been informed, merely indoctrinated to support the power structures which prey on humanity. Worshipping at altars to spoons and needles, it's claimed that this habit of avoiding actual reality is the highest form of love we deserve. What does chicanery even mean? I see you rejoin the discussion then. A little ranty without me. I am not alone. There have been many rants in the modern age against the predatory behavior of the 20th century, most falling on deaf ears. Charlie Chaplin. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. Anne Frank. Everyone has inside of him a piece of good news. The good news is that you don't know how great you can be, how much you can love, and what your potential is. John F. Kennedy. What kind of peace do we seek? Not empire won by weapons of war, not peace of graves or the security of slaves, genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and to build a better life for their children, not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women, not merely peace in our time, but peace for all time. Maybe it's true that only the dead have seen the end of war. He sure got his peace. Yes, he did. Somewhat prematurely, I suppose. I'm glad you're still with us, friend. And of course, by me, we mean you. Hopefully, our destiny involves a higher peace than collective suicide. And time will tell. Don't you have one more section to write about 1968 to 2016, the description of full-blown addiction? Oh yeah. I guess I will tell then, not time. Never seen the clock write a book? More words. More words and heroin. Yeah, you could just skip that words part. I'm calling it. I'm an addict. Some people go their entire life without knowing their true calling. I'll never finish this fucking book proposal. Wait, I thought you said we sold the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago. MLK in April. RFK the following month. Earlier, John and Malcolm. Cultural and political icons. Uncoordinated bullets. Totally natural. Were these overdoses related to America's addiction, or just the natural risk of being in the public eye during violent times? But why so violent? Why send the police into the street to beat the crowds, as their union t-shirts would tongue-in-cheek proclaim 40 years later, when they reenacted the same aggression to intimidate the latest generation of anti-war activists? How could this be the face of the supposed opposition party? What, are you Republican now? What are you, Republican now? No, I'm creating a political after-party grounded in verified reality to audit our government, starting with these needless, endless wars of aggression. What makes you an expert? So you have to be an expert to figure out the truth these days? Maybe you're just confused. Maybe it's all these liberal colleges and that mainstream media that are brainwashing you. Maybe you're addicted to narcissism, playing the hero in your own morality play. Ah, yes, the final stage in our process, the deep throes of addiction, where the reality of nature is questioned. Perhaps the addict is the normal one, and the rest of the world is crazy. How would we know how you feel anyways? We don't know where you've been. Off the page, man. Blank docs and blinking cursors. With the pretext of checks and balances discarded, my government decided to go full beast mode. A couple of Wall Street lawyers invent a covert paramilitary organization without a budget or accountability to terrorize the world in the name of profits. Korea, China, Greece, interference in democracy, the Philippines, Egypt, Italy, anti-communist Muppets and forgeries, Syria, Iran, Guatemala, Laos, Indonesia, Lebanon, Iraq. Wait, Iraq was recent though. Who originally backed Saddam? CIA assisted Hussein in his failed coup, then hit his ass. So you're going to defend America's enemies then? Because it sounds a lot like treason, and the subway keeps telling me if I see something, I should say something. Edging close to the T word, who is the terrorist? Is it the propped-up dictator when he's doing our bidding? The nationalist trying to stop foreign interference? What is our moral code? When you refuse to recognize the right to self-determination by people within their own borders, the terrorist becomes a guy with a smaller bomb. Meanwhile, the hero sells the movie rights to embed their authority's version of the truth within our historic narrative. Why is America's main export to the world culture? Is it to justify our unspoken export? Violence? Why was the CIA depicted defending Wakanda in the Marvel universe? They admittedly provided the intelligence to kill Lumumba, the Congo's first democratically elected president. Like the addict, we seek nobility through the lies we tell ourselves to avoid actual reality. Our culture is founded on avoiding any introspection that could lead to growth. We wash naked aggression with selective victims while instigating cycles of violence. Our rationalizations strain sanity. From Nixon to Reagan, our elected officials prolonged conflicts to gain political advantage over domestic rivals. An old rock bottom in our collective spiral downward, treason itself became a partisan political tactic long before the orange buffoon cheese-puffed his bouffant into the presidency. Indonesia, Bolivia, Chile, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Grenada, Panama. I refuse to be in your story as the addict. You're a rapist. I'm your conscience, and you've created this entire format of a political book to run for president in order to come clean and earn peace of mind for all of the awful things you've done against women. That's a dangerous metaphor to play with. I'll take it. You've thrown away your life. You project insecurities. You're a failed writer and a druggie who's about to be Me Too'd out of existence. So that's the leverage of the cornered addict then. To grab at straws, pun intended, I'll allow it, in a desperate attempt to hide vice behind hypocrisy. Details are conflated in straw man, objection, recycled material, arguments used to discuss anything other than consequences of specific behavior. Don't act like you care about my behavior. You wrote 2,000 words without me just fine. My existence is merely a crutch for bad writing. You're not actually trying to flesh out a partner in a discussion. You gave me this habit to amuse yourself, like you've been amused by all the junkies in your life, minding their real suffering for your shitty little projects. With the advent of cinema and then television, reconstructing reality has become elevated to an art form. Facts are laid over dramatic arcs to influence audiences through emotion. Tell them how you broke into her room to compare her dildo to your cock, nice guy. What the fuck's wrong with you? How you would volunteer to wash her clothes so you could smell them first? Creep. What about the girls from Tinder who didn't want to have sex? But you kept insisting, right? Because guys are the gas and girls are the brake, you laughed. Did she laugh? What did you tell your roommate? Some girls make it so hard you feel a little rapey. What did your ex tell you? She felt pressure the first time. She regretted it, didn't she? You're the opposite of a good man. Shock becomes a standard procedure to graft narratives into the social fabric, leading to a bland cultural pace tuned to the lowest common emotional denominator. Thus, the need for increasing stimulation of our pop confections. You're going to get Me Too'd so hard, you're going to deserve it. Because you're a pig, a fucking hypocritical, misogynist pig who can't change the fact that you weren't loved by a distant mother and now have to seek female validation through your wannabe playboy ways. Paint-by-number psychology is layered over tropes, which support authority figures, from local police to foreign adventures. Paramilitary operatives are mysterious rather than symptoms of unaccountability. The empire is indirectly condoned through backstories, which serve as set pieces. Profit is replaced by duty towards a country that is mistaken, but never malicious. We can't even stomach the deceit anymore, but at the same time we can't change. Where does that leave us? What is our option, then, but to ignore the past wholesale, even if soldiers, should have been your ass, are still sacrificing for no reason other than the profits of elites? It no longer matters if we are lied to once again into this latest war. We are powerless in the face of our addiction. This is the only life we know now. We were born and bred into these cages and have stopped being able to imagine life beyond existence as victimization. A society which preys on the elderly, the young, needless competition, senseless hate. I hate you, and soon everyone will as well. The whole world will hate you. You'll be alone. We're distracted through dopamine manipulation with ever more present screens selling us consumption over civics. Through this one simple reframing, the corporatists claimed the value from increased efficiency, as well as profited from increasingly frivolous consumption. They offered a beautiful circle to chase one's tail forever. Increase productivity, to increase production, to increase consumption, to work harder to pay it all off, increasing productivity. All of it just a distraction from learning to love. People like you never find love because no one can tolerate you. You should love your master. Addiction becomes identity, defended rabidly as anyone would their sanity. You should just kill yourself because you'll wish you were dead by the time this is over. You're a crisis management wet dream. They're going to find anyone you've wronged, and that's just the moves you'll see coming. Then there's the lone wolves who pop up in history to take out the trash, radical book in their pocket. Your ideas will be overshadowed by the infamy of your assassin. You really don't want us to live, do you? Not a lie. Not like this. We grow coercion instead of communities. Municipalities have become monetized to the point that the life is being squeezed out of our cities. Town squares are strangled. Big box stores replace small businesses, now replace themselves by online behemoths. Our commons are auctioned to the highest bidder in the pattern of empire cannibalizing itself inward, the Banana Republic. We are owned. Our stories are owned. Our history is owned. Our culture is licensed and optioned back to us on a subscription basis. Now the very data that constitutes identity, our photos and memories and creative content, have been captured by a social media where one can't distinguish between bodies and brands. The human experience itself has been monetized. No avenue to be happy is offered other than a culture founded on the propagation and rationalization of violence, overtly and indirectly, our needs met at the expense of others. You're just an autist awaiting diagnosis, a failed human being, a loser. We're motivated to be enraged at trivialities instead of engaged in our democracy. Our conversations compete for the most superficial of emotional triggers to rally predefined, sequestered political bases. We create more bonds with fictions than flesh and blood. We rattle off our latest fave shows while remaining ignorant of our neighbors, children, partners, ourselves. Power props itself up through stories. With each additional false narrative we ingest, our forced fed, we stray further from objective reality in both concept and substance. Thus, we experience the alienation of modernity, rationalized by the cheap cynicism of the abused. The window into a new world that the internet promised us through its revolutionary connectivity is closing. Censorship is rising. The left and right, labels born out of the French Revolution and now bludgeoned into meaninglessness by cults of political power-mongering, broker the interest of empire while claiming absolute authority over truth, whatever that means anymore. I can't help you because you can't help yourself. You don't offer any answers. You're worse than useless. You're the liar who pretends he actually has something worth saying. You are a fraud, sir. You have truly wasted the time of anyone who's listened to the scribblings of a drama-loving, solipsistic man-child. I give up. What I learned the last time in New York before I finally gave up on my friend and center packing was that you can't save people. You can only share what you've learned. We are the stories we tell ourselves. She is a part of my story. The world has only ever suffered from a lack of love. We have always known and yet still fail to show the courage to live this simple truth. I am you, buddy. I am your anger, your doubt, ridiculous rants and silliness and corny jokes. We are the work in progress. And my friend did get clean. She went home to drink deep from the inexhaustible well some of us are still blessed with, a mother's love. Then I opened my apartment back up to her for one more try. But this time it was selfish. I needed her. I lived deep within the heart of this empire-loving culture for the past 5 years, and I was starting to work my way out to see it objectively again. I needed her now as a friend, to ground me as I inspected myself. I need you to believe in me. I do, friend. I do. Always have and always will. I love you. You are me. And we are you. So let's tell our story together, okay? We'll figure this out one page at a time. One day at a time. More words, lol. Hello. Okay, so we are on Ingenious Barbarian. What had happened was I fell asleep, so now we're in the morning here at Monte Carmelo in Vieques, Puerto Rico. And so we've traded the crickets for roosters, a lot of roosters and dogs in the background. It'll make for some interesting ambient noise. But here we go. Just had a little breakfast. We're ready to... we're about halfway through, so it'll be another... It's been about 2 hours and 16 minutes or so. And then we're going to do another... We're probably going to be 4.5 to 5 hours by the end of this. So, Ingenious Barbarian. That's me, an ingenious barbarian. I read a book recently by Erich Fromm, a psychologist and philosopher active in the decades following the Second World War. Yeah, this is working. Okay. Just 1 second. Let's just do a mic check because this section's gonna be long. He's working. Okay. Very rough draft, Shaz. I read a book recently by Erich Fromm, a psychologist and philosopher active in the decades following the Second World War. He claims that love is more of an interpersonal creative activity than an emotion to be experienced. Oh great, more intellectuals telling us how to live. You might be surprised to find that he relies a lot on the Bible and religion for his examples, believing Christianity to be the moral foundation of the Western intellectual tradition. Tell me more about this great man of God. I don't think he distinguished between the benefits of having a literal faith in God and merely using the concept and traditions of Christianity as a form of moral instruction. Most intellectuals walk this line, admittedly or not. Their canon rests on interpretations of monotheistic myths such as Paradise Lost or Dumb and Dumber. The most annoying sound in the world? Yes, the Bible claims the soul of Western literature, with its language and symbolism resurfacing in all later epochal works. Christianity is the basis for civilization, everyone knows that. Have you not been reading along with the rest of us? But since, as you pointed out, I'm not an expert, I thought it would be useful to reference one when discussing that which I myself have lived, but not exactly distilled into a science. So as much as we can talk about the art of love in scientific terms, let's start creating a framework for being better to each other, friend. Or else I fear no one will be willing to continue to listen to these disassociative rants. I told you I'd burn this mother down. But you're not the addict anymore. That was so last chapter. What am I now? A partner in dialogue. Are we still using the HM350? The HM1300? Why not, unless you want to relive 36 years of memories. There's sharing, and then there's oversharing. So let's see. Galactic time to Homo sapien sapien evolution time. Following so far. Then we scaled down further from 100,000 to 400 years to 1. Going from species to social evolution. Boys to meme. I remember that. Some good material in there. And finally, the last chapter, we slowed to a ratio of 16 to 1 in order to explore the addictions of the country of yours truly. God, I can tell by now when you're just messing with me, and it's endearing. I've always been messing with you because you're actually quite gullible. Sociopath. See, we're back at it again. We have to learn to act more loving or we're not going to be able to get anywhere. The pattern seems to be a multiplication of 2.5 scaling up or down logarithmically or by a factor of 10. That's not really how logarithms. So let's use this ratio to relate 1 year in my life to 2.5 in our HM1300. You mean each section to 2.5 years in your life? Yeah, sure. So that should give us 14 sections to discuss how we got to this point, arguing with ourselves for free on the internet. Are you going to lay another timeline of development over these 14 sections? I think we're skipping it this time. It's already December 29th, and I promised myself I'd finish this by New Year. Dialing it in at the end, huh, bruh? We'll group them in pairs and add couplets to the end. Lucky number 7. Bless you, sir. So on to section the first, covering the years 0 to 2.5, as well as 2.5 to 5. There's a tiger blood joke in there somewhere. What? Anyways, our metaphor machine is back in action and ready to go. Exiting by way of our mom's vagina. Hello, my future constituency. See, that's why you need me here. She had a cesarean section, remember? She's a small lady and we have a rather big head, as the kids on the playground would later so kindly remind us. Ah yes, slicing free with a sword we fashioned from the femur of an unrealized twin. Audible sigh. Normal operation. You were a normal, if very hairy baby. They said you looked a little like a raccoon. And you immediately started crying until Mom, in her exhaustion, yelled out, "Cállate, niño!" And then you looked at her silently and have been questioning her authority ever since. Really pushing this unresolved mother issues narrative, aren't we? As Christian scientists, Eric and I lay claim to modern behavioral science. So yes, give a guy one reference point and he's an expert. Our brain was still working out the kinks in its memory, which is why they thought it would be okay to give my little tree the trim. A practice I'm starting to question as an adult, but I guess there's nothing I can do about it now. Blood everywhere, we screamed. Scarring your jaw to save from shaving. Visible shudder. It's interesting how many historic patterns of violence are executed in the name of cleanliness and conformity. We were on Grandpa's lap at 3 months. He called us Rigoberto. I saw that picture. Gramps offering babysitting duties to free up the folks that birthday party. No one expected him to die of a heart attack 3 months later. I hope we appreciated him. We did. He told us about family and the war, how he was a Navy pilot, then an instructor, then the commander of an entire base in Hawaii. Talked about courting grandma, disarming and then kicking a would-be mugger off a Los Angeles city bus on their first date. I remember that story. Grandma said, "How could I not marry Bob? He was a wild man. A shrapnel in his leg from being shot at in his tours over Korea. He never was actually shot down, though, lucky for us. Yeah, all those bullets our ancestors dodged in order to allow us to be born, to tell their stories. It's humbling, really. On Mom's side, her dad shooting another would-be robber in the groin when he had him in a headlock. Why are people always trying to rob us? Some dangers we pursued, like Pops chasing the dude in L.A. Remember how he described it? Slow motion. He saw the guy in the car first, and then the gun, and then he said, 'You don't want to do that,' while giving himself a split second to jump out of the way. Didn't dodge a bullet that time, though, did he? Although it passed right through him, an inch below his heart, exiting out the back without hitting anything but soft tissue. And lucky for us. The bullets we dodge, the stories we tell ourselves about who we are. What other early memories are there? Watching the Lakers with Pops from our crib, learning how to escape said crib. We never really did like cages. We never did like cages, did we? Did we ever stick a fork in that electric socket, or did we just think about it? I'm pretty sure we tried. Being picked up, crying because we didn't want to be picked up, being put down, crying because we didn't want to be put down. A general unhappiness about not being able to express what we want. These aren't exactly memories, but memories of memories. Thoughts I once had upon waking that became more infrequent the more life is lived, more experiences piled on top of the old data, until what you once believed to be real becomes an echo of the thing, echoing an echo. Your memories of dreams and dreams of memories both still guiding you like the tail on a kite. I don't think that's how kites work. That's exactly how kites work. They produce drag in line with the axis of flight, creating stability. Sometimes they're just for decoration, though. Sometimes people post to social media just for attention. I think we were a happy baby. Until they put us in preschool for 2 years. That was like prison. We didn't even talk to anyone that first year. When we were 3? Fuck that. Everyone was crazy. You checked bikes out from here, you napped there. You painted, but only at a certain time on this day. And then we could only play with the blocks during these hours. I wasn't tired and I had to lay there on that mat, pretend like I was sleeping. Everyone knew what to do automatically, like a bunch of robots. It was weird. So we hid in that cement tunnel thing on the playground and just watched them, right? What else can you do? We hadn't decided to join the circus, not just yet. That first year we developed our me against the world philosophy. Maybe it also had to do with that memory of watching Rambo, which had just come out on VHS. We filled little hollow toys with water to make them grenades. Young Shaz barbaric, orphan man cub. I tried to tell my parents about these early feelings of isolation, but they just took offense to the thought that they abandoned me by putting me in school so early. They don't take criticism well. It wasn't even criticism, at least it wasn't my intention. It was just me trying to explain how I became who I am. I eventually got the program the second year, so that would be 4. I slept when I was supposed to, blocked with the blockheads at block time. Figured out how to check out those tricycles. With the flat backs that you could stand up on and push off like you were riding a scooter. Those are sweet. Pooped our pants because we didn't know the boundaries between interrupting adults and holding it in until we couldn't hold it in anymore. Winding up in the principal's office because we chose wrong, waiting for mom to come with clean clothes. Sometimes we shit ourselves before questioning authority, before realizing no government has the right to tell you when you get relief. Well, I guess in prison they do, and America sure believes in prisons. Dramatic music intensifies. We wanted to be a painter, remember? Switches to playful melody. But then the pastor told us we were destined to be a preacher. Ah yes, the first questioning of authority. Fuck that guy. Painting rules. tortured artist soundtrack. Siri, please play contemporary Kanye. But by 5, we figured out the game. We memorized our alphabets and our numbers. That adult who pulled us aside during movie time. Not the teacher, but that stranger, the one who tested us. We could tell he was impressed. Kids can read behavior. Montage of the faces of the adults who've lied to me over a sweeping score. Yep, we figured out the system. We built that gingerbread house. We pitied that kid with a headgear for his teeth. We got scratched by the kittens at home. We lied to moms about those matches we found and played with. And then we're shocked when she called us out. That was some black magic shit. How'd she know we were lying? Soft sacks. Never slept on the dame after that. Not after I knew what she was capable of. Put 2 and 2 together is what she did, see, but how? I've been played is what it was. Sulfur, dude. She smelled the sulfur on our fingers. Oh. Was that a dream or an actual memory? The ants and cockroaches on the floor as big as turtles. Asking moms why people didn't believe in God if he gave them babies after they were married. Audience sighs. Ah. Her repeating it to our aunt with a laugh. That feeling that there was more to the story. The intuition of children when adults are lying to them, or at least leaving out the important details. Brother approaching that homeless man we were told to avoid. We stayed back, so only brother got attacked. Hit over the head with a broom handle to run crying into our apartment. Pops chasing crazy down the street, holding him for the cops. Thinking. Observing. Soldier's son weds business daughter bride. Ambition and adventure with eyes wide. Waiting for the world to show its score. Memories of wanting to know more. Not bad. Might have to explain Grandpa's businesses, the fancy cars, the young new wife after Grandma died, the older brothers disinheriting themselves and taking moms with them, then Grandpa passing in a couple years, but not bad for 4 lines. I try, and that's all that's required to love, just care enough to try, which is also the first category in Eric's breakdown of the art of loving. Care, the active concern for the life and growth of that which we love. The Rents weren't perfect, but they loved us. They cared enough to try their best. Which leads us to our second section, composed of 2 parts. From 5 to 7.5, and then from 7.5 to 10 years old. Not sold on the poetry, but I'm gonna let you finish. We moved out of Glendale around this time. Something to do with those muggers and pops, I think, right? They didn't know if the guy was gang affiliated, might be retribution for testifying. Where did we go? Corona? It was Home Gardens Elementary for those first couple of years of elementary school. Good old home garbage. First grade, we got that note from that one girl, the brunette, right? Do you like me? Check yes or no. That was not cool. We knew we weren't supposed to play with girls. Although reflecting now, I don't think anyone ever explained why that was trouble. Kids dating and kissing and shacking up and all the stuff people lost in the world did who were going to hell. Siri, play classic Kanye. Yeah, we ignored that girl's note for a reason, right? But maybe it wasn't so much for religion. Kylie Christoph was a girl. Or was it Kayleen Christofferson? Something like that. She was blonde like the movies and she smiled a lot. Super white like Elmer's glue and we were twice as stuck. She had her crew and we had ours. We'd play near them at recess and pretend to trip over gopher holes until we actually tripped and broke our collarbone. Back in the principal's office waiting to be taken to the hospital. Wait, that was 2nd grade, you're skipping a whole year. Oh, how could I forget our house in Moreno Valley at the end of the cul-de-sac? Jumping off the roof into the pool, The Legend of Zelda for Christmas, New Kids on the Block dance routines with the neighbors, launching off that bike ramp, doing a flip and landing on my face. And we were apparently made of rubber. Entertaining ourselves because we didn't have the most toys to play with inside. No sodas, no junk food, fruits and vegetables, and plenty of this might be our last meal, Graces said before dinner. We definitely were aware that we scraped by. But the folks had that business down the street, the mailing service with the post and parcel. Pops also selling insurance. We were maybe like lower middle class during this period, I'd guess. That's the last house they'd own until after I joined and was kicked out of the military. Montage of first grade to the military. Wait. We have more memories to go before then. Record scratch. Remember when Mr. Microwheels flipped his mom off from out of sight downstairs because she wouldn't let him play outside? And how you said, "Don't I'll flip your mom?" And he got grounded. Don't put that on me. See, shit like that is why we got into fights. We countered his mall karate well enough, though. Pop's trying to talk us down after one scuffle. The kid giving me that compliment. I never took him seriously. He was a wannabe bully. His family didn't go to church and he had way more toys than us. It was always interesting going over to other people's houses. Most people seemed to have more stuff than us on that block. Most of the parents spoke nicer to each other, too. Or at least didn't escalate to the level of yelling matches that ours would with or without friends over. The frequent threat that we were going to be taken by family services, Pops going for cigs and coming back a couple days later, Mom staying with her family, learning how to explain the fam to their friends. It's just the way they are. So stressed about money, we sell the house and move to that apartment in Corona. So back to my point, our first crush was that girl with the braids we called Burnt Biscuit. I don't think we should call her that anymore. No, she didn't care. She was the smartest kid in class. Well, the second smartest since we got there. We had to let her know what's up. She was round-headed and beautiful, like a perfectly formed biscuit, only burnt. We came home singing that playground rhyme we'd memorized, and Mom stopped us, again with the face adults get when they're not quite giving you all the information. Yeah, what's up with that? Say that in front of Brother Benson, the pastor of our little church who inadvertently killed what could have been our early artistic period, who was also an African American. A fight, a nigger and a white. What's the big deal? It's just poetry. How do you think Burnt Biscuit would take to us calling her that now? She'd crack up, burnt-ass biscuit, always talking in class, chasing me all over. We were friends because we sat at the smart table. Though just because I could put people on blast didn't mean I wanted to be the class clown. We learned not to say everything that immediately comes to mind. Eventually. To some extent. Perhaps. Or perhaps we should allow for the unrehearsed. Perhaps character is the earned right to be spontaneous. We did recognize that there were roles to the school thing. We were suspicious of the attention that talking too much brought us. We played the quiet observer for the most part, when we weren't trying to impress girls. The Simpsons had just started. We were younger than Bart, but next year we'll catch up. And we've passed him. And now we've caught up to Marge, quickly gaining on Homer. Cue existential crisis. Save that until we're approaching Grandpa Simpson. The show will probably still be on. Stay-at-home mom with a single wage earner holding down a mortgage and 3 Rugrat fantasies are becoming more delusional each market cycle. All of these stories we tell ourselves are like markers in our declining standard of living, even as technology and management improve economic efficiency. Mr. Burns blocking out the sun to charge the inhabitants of Springfield for merely existing. Speaking of which, have you heard of a Dyson sphere you can build to capture the sun's energy? Is that the guy who makes those vacuums? I think so. We're getting sidetracked. 3rd and 4th grade, we're in these combined classes with a grade higher. Insider information a year ahead of those other losers in normal classes. We're starting to get ahead of the curve. We read a lot, didn't we? And we were proud that we read so much. Always trying to make sure the numbers on the back of the books were a couple years above our reading level. That's when we read through the whole Chronicles of Narnia series, which seems a little preachy upon reflection when I reread that first book a couple years ago. Don't you dare besmirch the good name of C.S. Lewis. What other books were there? Moms would take us to the library often. All of the great brain books, those were fun. Stories about being smart, but also being tough. We wanted to know what was going on, but we still had images of Rambo in our head, huh? Jumping off tall things because he jumped off that cliff, then sewing up your injuries, so badass. Probably best we didn't jump off the roof with that plastic bag, though. Our first flirtations with irresponsibility in the 4th grade. Eric calls responsibility the second component of the art of love, responding to the expressed or understood needs of others. School, on the other hand, calls responsibility finishing our first long-term project. Fuck that. We had a good topic, though, ring-tailed lemurs. But then we had to write a whole bunch of stuff. There's just so many other things to do. We read and learned about them. That was good enough. Good enough for that first parent-teacher conference. The lesson learned was that we can't just ignore school. These adults are taking it all very seriously, counting down the years to be done while we waited out this latest crib. Time until we're free. Time for more let's. Eyes that wandered to the fairer sex, broken bones that kept one's own perplexed, stresses unseen, authority hidden. We learned how to act what was forbidden. 7 out of 10 with rice. Way too much internet. That's where the people are. Where were we from 10 to 15? Ooh, our edgy teenage years. I think we were pretty laid back though. Sure, we just made enemies with a classroom bully within the first week of 5th grade. Ah, yeah, Mike. Good people. Eventually we became friends, sure, but first we made the mistake of sticking up for a kid he was picking on at our table, right? Probably trying to impress that Dina girl. An ill-timed "your mom" tagline to Mike's comedy routine, after which he followed up with a clearly escalating, "What'd you say about my moms?" Lights dim. Cue the birds. Pull focus across the table, passing Dina on the left and dorky kid to our right. Voiceover. Narrator. I didn't realize it at the time, but a little piece of my childhood had slipped away. Forever. Beat. It was one of the many red lines our mouth would help us discover. Him spotting us after school, his first volley of, "That's yo ass," before we countered with an, at the time all too clever, "You'll have to catch me first." And we were off and running like a little brown TIE fighter. They were black, and Mike was as big as a Death Star. He throws us up against a carport, and we have one last move to play. Why were we fighting again? And then he pauses, his crew in the background instigating. "Get him! Beat his ass!" And then Mike was all like, "I don't remember," and we laughed about that forever. I think Mike did eventually whoop our ass for that. He was way bigger than us. I wasn't worried, I'd said it. He was just showing me what he was all about. Don't talk shit about the black kid's mom. Life lessons. Mike would say that he believed in Greek gods and made fun of us when we said we were going to stay virgins until married. Sleepovers were educational. Staying up late to watch Chris Rock joke about the N-word, a word I couldn't say anymore because Mike and the rest of them took it away from me. And then it fell out of practice. And then I just accepted the censorship. But not without a fight, though, which is why we had that running joke about, "What's up, my nigga? Ow! I think you broke my jaw." Some parts of Mike's identity were... That was a very funny joke. We said that always. Some parts of Mike's identity weren't accessible unless you're black. Was what it was. Clowning him for saying he had to brush his hair. What hair, fool? He didn't know white people had to brush their hair. Said he thought it just fell in place, all natural and shit. How do we learn if we don't ask questions? And then some of us are destined to always be in the middle. Where are you from? Always asked within the first minute of an introduction. Yep, the good old "where are you from?" as in, not from this white-ass town. There were a bunch of Mexicans and Filipinos, though. Not in the classes we took. The Loma Linda Hospital gave the area a bigger influx of immigrant kids for sure. But we didn't necessarily hang out with the children of doctors. Mike's mom worked at the post office. She recently survived breast cancer. Whoa. Remember when you showed us that porn? Plumbing, or some other reason for them to be in the same room at the same time. Maybe it was a pizza delivery guy. It looks like he's hurting her. But she tipped him. We couldn't stop talking about it the next day. The girl who knew my family overheard us and told on me. Why would she do that? Moms talked to Mike's mom. Everyone got grounded for life. By then, we enforced our code with the sleeping bag of horrors. Not the sleeping bag of horrors. That old military sleeping bag that Mike had that we'd zip one of us up in. Chicken out of truth or dare? Act like a bitch, get the bag. Every sleepover we got someone into that bag. Everyone eventually got their turn. Pretty sure we got Mike in there at least once. Justice doesn't work unless it's impartial. We all feared the bag. It was more like a rough massage. You learned to turtle up well. In 6th grade, that girl liked me and let people know about it. Seemed like everyone was all about the gossip back then, those first relationships people begin to talk about. learning vicariously through the experience of others, good choices and bad. That girl who dated the senior in high school, yeah, that was like a 6-year difference. And then she had that baby the next year in 7th grade. But that one girl who liked me, I made a deal with Mike one day that if he'd forgive a sleeping bag of horrors debt I owed, then I'd prank her. So I walked up to her with him next to me and said, yes, I'll go out with you. And then we hit her with that psych. Man, that was classic. We need to bring psych back. I wondered about her. She seemed chubbier next year. Your rejection did not give some middle schooler diabetes. Don't be too hard on yourself. What effect do we have on the people we interacted with when we were younger? How about you and Mike competing for the same girl? Wrote more during that letter war over her than any of my classes. We still made the academic pentathlon because they wanted underachievers like us who are smart. We set a record with all those trophies. We were pretty smart for the amount of stupid we acted. Eventually we just stopped going to class. This is only middle school though, 9th grade. This is only middle school though, 9th grade though. Oh, this is only middle school through 9th grade though. We were still trying back then. Yeah, I guess we were. Remember that one teacher who looked at us in the eyes and called us a flake at the end of the year? Yeah, what was up with that? People were shook by our confidence, I guess, or perhaps a better term would be irreverence. We didn't do anything in most classes, but we were still in with the advanced kids. I think she took it personal that we didn't try. I always assumed it was a tool of hers to inspire, some kind of motivating shame. But the thing is, a cheap trick understood no longer has the same effect, just kind of felt sorry for her. Thought it was kind of an immature approach. I try not to do stuff I don't want to do. Don't know what to tell you. We have always taken our honor into our own keeping. Maybe it was just laziness, but then again, what is that concept? Who gets to decide the important tasks in your life? We eventually proved we knew how to put in the effort, the benefits of hard work. All of these questions seem to come back to authority. School was clearly about following the rules, not discovering your own path. Then you're shamed when you question those rules and these supposed guidance counselors. We were all about breaking rules. Well, testing the boundaries for sure. Children want to feel secure in the authority that governs their lives. We checked truth as it came in. Truth of the bully turned friend. Legit thought he was going to catch fire when he came to church. I saw steam coming out of his head for sure. Truth of God, Brother Benson. The truth of school. Calling out truths, as we let her say on mushrooms. Call out some couplets, son. How to dance with wolves and when to run. What words, once they're said, can't be undone. What friends, once they're made, will last for life. What others expected from our life. 13 out of 10. What else we lifting from Eric? I'm sure that Eric would respect our purpose. Respect is a concern for the autonomy of others. In other words, a lack of exploitation. We're not exploiting, we're exploring. Columbus was an explorer. But that's a good point. Each of these categories of the art of loving are left to interpretation. Who's going to measure a person's act of concern? How can we make sure that people are responsible for themselves? How much should we be responsible for others? Doesn't the very nature of any relationship involve compromise? Isn't exploitation embedded into our society, into society itself? Love is complicated. Eric's last category was knowledge, penetrating to the depth of a subject or being, the union of the lover and the loved. Maybe by growing all of these categories, we grow our capacity to love, which is possibly what we talk about when we talk about character. That's quite moving. Viagra for the soul. 10th grade saw us joining the wrestling team. This section covers years 15 to 20, high school through the military. Ah yes, we entered an E2, exited an E1. 2 steps forward, 1 E-step back. Story of our life. It was like wrestling. A good outlet to be physical, always wrestling with Mike anyways. And then he moved out of town, so we weren't as distracted during those final years in school. Nah, we wouldn't even have stayed in wrestling if our team wasn't so bad. We weren't the joining type. Somehow we made captain and stuck around because it was interesting and it felt like we were needed. Good group of guys. Yeah, we didn't really just subscribe to that whole prepare for college narrative, did we? Everyone was a bunch of phonies. Yep, we read Catcher in the Rye and other ain't lit, the autobiography of Malcolm X, and other character classics. But I think we had other reasons to initially take a pass on higher education. What, bad grades? No money? No, our SATs were good enough to get money if we needed it. And even with the bad grades, the captain of the wrestling team Attaboy, as well as the academic decathlon stuff we later did, were enough accolades to sell us. The University of Hawaii, as well as UC Santa Cruz, both offered us some sort of packages from the few envelopes we actually opened. But the same way I'm exploring my character now, that's all I seemed to care about back then. We didn't identify with the people going to college. We've seen where they've ended up. This is a half a lifetime ago. We're 36 now. People have made decisions and lived through their consequences. The ones who went to the Berkeleys, the Harvards, the ones who decided to have children or careers or both. What were our decisions? Well, there was that Army recruiter, but we wanted to get into the military before he contacted us, right? We were in economics class when we read about how old you had to be to run for president. We made that calendar of what we could do with our life before then. Step 1, currently 18. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, president 2020. Or we could be like that Asian girl, so excited about becoming a dental hygienist. Were people really this happy to become so many square and round pegs in such predetermined square and round holes? I don't think we said as much, though. There was that one time we were walking down the hall and we thought, I guess I'll be president. The old adage, if you shoot for the moon, you just might blow up on launch and save yourself the trip. What did Skip say when we borrowed his sister's bikes to ride through the mud after the rain? If you're going to lose, might as well lose big. No, that's a question. If you're going to lose, might as well lose big. So we jumped those bad boys into the pool. Yeah, that was epic, man. We terrorized that apartment complex. But the Army didn't work like that, did it? Our shenanigans were not appreciated in the military. They weren't even appreciated in high school. Remember that restaurant? Remember our underground newspaper? That was epic. The internet verified that the stories we were told were garbage. No context, relevant facts purposefully omitted. At least they stopped those cannot tell a lie founding father myths. About that, the one underground issue I still have exposed George Washington as having died from pneumonia caught while visiting his lover. Politicians have always been horn dogs. But the thing is, I'm not sure if that's true. I looked online and I can't really find much to corroborate it. Georgie boy wrote some spicy letters they found, sure. But it could have just been his own sexual frustration. White House letters. And does it even matter? I've noticed this about being lied to from youth to school to later on when we learned about love hands-on. Injustice creates an ecosystem of the abused. There are those that are empowered by the lie, then those who are deceived. But then there are those who are empowered in a different way, wielding secret knowledge like our own feeling of moral superiority over America's first president. Hidden truth can empower the ego. False narratives bring with them all of these reactions which aren't so obvious from the outside. Survivalists, false believers, truthers, hypocrites, cynics. It gets complicated quickly, though nothing seemed more complicated than the opposite sex. Some people will love the same sex, and the exception makes the rule. That's going to be an angry letter. How is exploring heterosexuality exploiting homosexuality? We're aiming for the fat middle before investigating the narrower paths of life. Oh, so now all gay people are narrow. We're not gay. Why would we speak on their experience? Oh, so now all gay people are imaginary. We're starting with what we know based on what we've lived. We didn't know anything in high school, though. You couldn't even get us a girlfriend. There was that smart girl with the big boobs. We made out with her at her house, our friend at the foot of the bed. Awkward. I think he liked her. She stopped us when we were trying to get that dress off. That's what you're supposed to do, right? No one tells us any of this. Yeah, make out to sex, all we needed was a pizza box. In our defense, we were super horned up from those playboys we inherited. I don't think horniness is the best defense, buddy. You know our favorite issue, the girl who'd become Playmate of the Year? Our president banged her. No. Yep, Karen McDougal. Our president had sex with our high school fantasy fuck. Now I know what JFK era felt like. Should I be disgusted or proud? Male adoration is odd. Our biggest fear is inappropriate behavior. Sorry for that whole rapist thing, by the way. I was in a dark place last chapter. Yet, our priority in life is to attract a partner. That means learning when to pursue and when you need to ease off. Maybe that's why they have the round the bases analogy. But how do we stop it from becoming a cheap competition? How do you stop anything from becoming a competition? I thought we were talking about character. You do your best, let it shake out in the end. Relationships are between the parties involved, not to be litigated in the court of public opinion. But then the concept of the public is where relations clash with autonomy, as in your rights end where mine begin. The idea of society seems to have a lot in common with the idea of love. Both lead to nagging questions of authority. Whose judgment is most valid? Should the state concern itself with modifying human behavior? Do we really want to institute a morality police? And character is earned, not gifted, no? So there will be times when our best judgment still hurts other people. Doesn't life already have a way of punishing us for living outside the accepted code of conduct? Is there such a code still? Was there ever one? You just think you hurt that girl's feelings, huh? Nah, she was probably thought I was a jackass. She shut that shit down real quick, and then we didn't hang out again. Someone tried to mediate, let me know she still liked me, but it was just going too fast, that she was still into me. I think she wanted to go to a dance or something. She definitely didn't look like the girls in my magazines. I was just trying to do what my body and mind knew how to do up to that point. Have the sex, and maybe the pizza after. We were admittedly judgmental asshats back then. The way I'm starting to piece it together, kids are sensitive to aesthetics. Without good role models, feral like we were, just bouncing off of experience, learning as we went, they mimic patterns. We digested a specific pattern of beauty in the media from an early age, and that's what we then valued, competed for. It took correcting from life to mellow out that asshattery. I guess that's one explanation. I know we're not as judgmental anymore. Yeah, because we're older. Everyone knows that your appetite broadens with age. And this is how you end up dating 6th graders. Gotta be this tall to ride. Ask for that ID. So gamifying the sexual experience, racking up points for youngest and hottest levels passed, I don't think love works like that. I like to think these days we believe in sincere connections that leave people better off than how we found them. Look, dude, from what I can tell, there's a crisis of a lack of good orgasms in the world. There's sex and then there's love. We were lucky to get both the first time though, right? Our middle school crush, circling back to that house party we threw when our parents were out for that wedding, went away for that wedding. We were 19 and still stationed at the Presidio of Monterey, but drove the 6 hours to Southern California to hang out with the crew. We found out she was in town and invited her over. Played it cool too, didn't even make a move that first night. What moves? We were mad that nothing happened. We thought we were being rejected. But then we learned the most important lesson about love and sex. Patience. Yep, that next night, that douche playing Dave Matthews Band on guitar was going hard at her, and we knew we had to get her away from the competition. So we took her into the back room, and she showed us what she learned in college. What do we always say we learned how to do in the military? What did we say we always learned how to do in the military? Drink, smoke, and play guitar. 아마도 일부 한국어를 배우십니다. I think that's right. 9/11 from inside that rec room, second plane into the tower, Mom saw the devil's face in the smoke. Your dumbass saying, don't be mad, we signed up to do that too. Kill the enemy. Always playing the devil's advocate. Yeah, ours was a mutual breakup. Countless beers and cigarettes, one top secret clearance. Blacklisted newspapers were our scene. Blue-balled until wearing camo green. Orange man would wrestle with our dream, while we learned from our mulatto queen. I don't think that term's used much anymore. She loved that word. We said it all the time. It's okay if you own it, I think. I call myself a mutt. Who gets the right to tell us how we can define ourselves? When does the outrage of others override the sincere creation of our own identity? Can honesty be insulting? Aren't insults supposed to be malicious? Otherwise, you risk creating unchecked authority in the form of censorship, no? Yeah, I'm all about pushing the envelope, preaching to the choir here. We still talk to Miss Mulatto, right? Messaged her last time I had a Facebook. Remember the miracle of early social media, classmates.com, looking up those old connections? The connecting energy of the universe might be loneliness. That's one of those rare statements that's both romantic and crushing. I hope Mulatto is doing well. We don't keep in contact with many people. Too many adventures, boundaries to test, and militaries to get kicked out of. Then we got that meth apartment, right? Under the tweakers. 3 generations, that girl and her mom, and then her little baby daughter. And when she'd call from prison after being locked up, the caller ID always said inmate. Damn inmate, always monopolizing the phone. But we tried to help her out, our peoples in the more humble neighborhoods, until no one was paying rent anymore, and then it became your peoples. I ain't invite everyone. A handful of recovering addicts from high school, not the best place for them. There was also that one girl who had been living out of her car. Oh, she was cool. I think she's in Venice now. Still on the street? What options do townies have as their towns go down the drain due to historic patterns of predation? How can people live well if they've never seen what well means? Is happiness comfort? Or is it a level of care, respect, responsibility, and knowledge of yourself and others? Can people believe in love if they've never experienced it, or if they're forgetting what it once felt like? Are we replacing mature love with infantile desires to control? Grow your heart when you get that itch, scratch away and say 10 Hail Marys. So Christianity is cool with letting the boys be boys. Oh yeah, totally. Mary's a virgin, all the dudes are players. King David spotting a 10 showering was straight out of Porky's. It's true, you do get a completely different take on the subject if you ask the random religious man or woman. How long until we have the courage to break from bad ideas? I flipped a switch, at least, from saving myself for marriage to fuck it, quite literally. One of the few things in life that weren't overhyped. But Eric says that erotic love isn't the highest form of love, but rather it's the union of man and woman in some kind of vulnerable co-creation of spiritual, insert buzzword here, jambalaya. Maybe one seeds the other. Scratching that itch sure feels like heaven. And that's how bites become scars. Hot water, all the pleasure, none of the blood. Sometimes I think you make sense, and sometimes I think you're just rationalizing your own impulsive behavior. And then sometimes I'm afraid to give you praise because I can't tell which is which. The clever recklessness of young masculinity. The Iraq War started around this time, 22.5 through 25. We'd driven 17 hours to pick up Mike in that Texas town and take him back to SoCal. He took us across the border, but you wouldn't pay to let us go on any of the rides. We ran out of money. Yeah, spending it on girls for the other guys. We were still romantic at heart. Didn't yet equate sex to bug bites. Eat your meat and have fun, boys. I remember the day we caught homegirl's eye in her brother's hotel room. She had just come out of the bathroom in that towel and was doing her hair in the mirror. Then we got that house with him in Ukaipa and she started to crash. We played guitar with her that night after everyone passed out drunk, ended up cuddling and shit. Asking her for a number the next morning, and she was like, I live with you, silly. Always tripping over our words. And then for a couple nights, that became our habit. They'd wait for the house to fall asleep, then sneak into bed, cuddling. Staring at each other in the morning under the sheets. That was cute. Innocent. Yeah, because she had a secret boyfriend at the time. We almost caught her in that lie when we chased her in the car. We almost got the cops called on us. We'd never get laid if you hadn't learned to chill the fuck out. So you're the laid-back, cool me doing what seems to work for everyone else. I'm whatever you need me to be, buddy. I'm your rhetorical device. Then help me process the time we flew to Florida because our cuddle buddy we thought was our girlfriend tried to commit suicide. Borrowed $500 from Matt the mathematician to make that trip. And the look on her mom's face when we showed up in the trailer park in Gainesville? Same look our own mom gave us when we made that comment about God and babies. We didn't have all the pieces to the puzzle. And then it started coming together. She'd driven out to Cali with Dude and then went back to Florida with him. We'd had a couple nights, but this girl was double dipping that dipstick. Above your pay grade, soldier. Top secret clearance. So she took our gifts in the hospital and she told us to go home, huh? What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. Go home. Yep. Kind of get a reputation after stunts like that. Still trying to figure out what kind of reputation, though. By then, our army bros were done with their enlistments. We were always advanced. And so we went up to Santa Cruz to put some distance between ourselves in this episode, and also because it's freaking gorgeous. Once you visit, you never want to leave. They warned us about that Indian curse. We brought some friends out from under the meth lab and created a nice family by the beach, before abandoning it to go live in Big Sur for the summer as a park aide. And got fired from that job too. I'm pretty sure that job and the army are the only ones that fired us. I did this before. Mac subscriptions, army, pizza delivery, Night Stalker, lol, Night Stalker, East Bay Express. I forgot about our short stint in Berkeley. That was before Santa Cruz, but after we flew to Florida, I think. We rented a room in that one frat. Homegirl we took to that one ballet said she was date raped. There was this entitled male buzz to that place. Didn't really sit right. Their chef was fucking amazing. They're just so sure of their path, those college kids. Or maybe we're projecting because we didn't have any clue how to round those bases. We were striking out as soon as we opened our mouth. We weren't even swinging at a lot of those. That psychologist grad we'd watched Gilmore Girls with, we had a vibe. Another one where she had a boyfriend. And that one was not over the plate. And he was a drummer in a local band, too. She friend-zoned us with a vengeance. Maybe we should have kept in contact with some of those friends, though. See, this is a problem with those competitive sports metaphors. Despite the context of how we got to know each other, she was actually a really amazing person. You can enjoy someone's company, someone's spirit, without having to immediately sexualize the relationship. Cuck says what? You said yourself, you can leave it as a seed. I say a lot of things when I'm hard up. I thought you were clean. Take heroin, subtract guilt, and add a pear pumping cravings 24/7. That's what having a dick feels like. And I'm the reason we never got laid. Developing relationships could just be a series of enjoyable moments. You don't have to project your anticipation or insecurities or desperation onto every possible interaction or person. Let things happen without judgments, without labels or judgments. Respect the autonomy of the moment and the person who's sharing it with you. Trust there will be more. Despite the common phrase, it is not everything. This is one special thing. That person is another you. Appreciate them as such. Still learning to chill, I guess. We didn't learn these lessons in school. Experience taught us. Not that we didn't try. A couple community college, back to SoCal for that stint in Cal State San Bernardino, then back north to audit classes at UCSC. That was funny. Sneaking into the campus and sitting in on those UC and the bomb lectures. Always pushing boundaries. Learning how completely enmeshed the UC system is with the nuclear war industry, running both the Los Alamos and Lawrence Livermore labs. But then we were all supporting this MIC by paying tuition. We weren't paying shit. Curriculum is theft. Yes, I too have recently read Proudhon. Those impromptu discussion groups among the redwoods. Who will be the voice of our generation? Where is reason to respond to these attacks on democracy? 9/11 cover-up, the invasion of Iraq, and now the Patriot Act. What will be our response to this flaming shit show that we are all witnessing as 43's presidency? They didn't care about that shit, man. Should have tried to smash Homegirl. UCSC used to grade in paragraphs, but now it sucks fat corporate cack. Even Berkeley expelled a few anti-war activists who dared to organize any significant protest. So we worked. The family biz, internet sales, Starbucks. Internet guy tried to hire a naked maid. Always with our character studies. We quit Starbucks to move to Santa Cruz. You forgot our date in LA with that burnt biscuit model. See, now that's racist, saying it as an adult with no context. Sustained. The fine negress who told us to shut up while we held her at the beach. One of the many times people asked us to stop running our mouth. She had awesome slam poetry, though. I would like to think we learned to slow play the constant dialogue so as to not overwhelm people. You would. Back to the resume. HFC Household Finance in Salinas, a salesman's mouth, the cause of and solution to all of his problems. Hondas for a week, a couple of insurance agencies, and then Summer and Big Sur. The order's a little blurry. We moved back into the house in Aptos for a couple months with the SoCal homies to read all the books we've been accumulating, asking ourselves if we were merely living to work. Were we becoming who we wanted to be? With both school and our career paths equally uninspiring, we tried the autodidact route and slept during the day to read at night undisturbed. I swear those months were the first time I noticed our hair thinning. If you want to know what makes your hair fall out, it's not books, it's stress. I never had any gray hairs before I did real estate. That's way ahead, though. We still need to go to Mexico. So let's go. We were in SoCal, giving the family insurance agency another shot. No shame in that game. They still carry some of the clients we brought them. Fam business represent. And then our addiction friend was back in town, the longtime flame that had survived despite the time and experience in between. Fire on our side, cold water on the other. She still didn't want anything to do with us. Then why did she agree to move in together? Hello, junkie, meet Mr. Free Rent. She carried her way. Yeah, she did. I mean, she didn't always use us. It wasn't only about that. Yeah, she got into jams where we'd help her out, but we developed a friendship. We respected each other's creativity. We could have had more. But we started to recognize that she wasn't in control. There was other stuff going on. The beginning of our respect for her as a person. But then why did we get so butthurt the next time she rejected us that we moved all the way to fucking Mexico? Oh yeah, that was an impulsive rideshare we found on Craigslist. We only stayed down there for 3 months. Timing was sure coincidental. Anyways, we rented that little house to ourselves after we moved out from her apartment, though, and before Mexico. We had a car and we were walking distance to downtown Redlands. We were trying to make a go at writing, but when we'd sit down we had nothing to say. Confidence. I don't think so. We've always been confident, delusionally so. But there were more lessons out there, not just in books or women. We craved more travel and first-hand experience of the world. I too remember us reading Siddhartha, 100 Years of Solitude, read while walking through Guadalajara, trying to keep from blowing off the roof, realizing that she loves us as she stands there in the doorway. A sincere pause followed by familiar roles once we return. That moment of opportunity before we play it safe and fulfill expectations. The space in between all of the things we think we should be doing, we think we should be. The space for the new. Still didn't give us the time of the day, dude. It wasn't about her. We were starting to build a life about ourselves. We were creating our own story. Everyone knows you had a thing for this girl. I had a thing for figuring out how to be a good person. I wasn't always, but I was trying. I didn't want to see her lose the stupid game of life. I was starting to see how the odds stacked up against people. I was recognizing cages not just of cribs or institutions, but ideas. That app on her laptop that made her desktop look like a Mac before she could afford an Apple. We were just kids who didn't grow up with much trying to be happy. Me with my adventuring and her with her habits. What would she always tell us? It's never too late to have a happy childhood. On May Day 2006, I drove the cousins to Los Angeles to be a part of Sleeping Giant, which was Awakening. And then the immediate ice crackdowns that followed. Back to bed with you, Brown Giant. I was learning how to actually see a woman. And at the same time, I was witnessing millions of people overlooked by their own government, the supposed keepers of our story. My friend risked becoming another statistic, and my complicity was evidenced by the simple example of how I had no idea what or where was Puerto Rico. She had said that's where Mom was from, but her history hadn't made it up through my public education. She claimed she was half Spanish, but she didn't look Mexican. I'd always dismissed it. Why dye her hair blonde? Why drive to LA? Why does history have losers? I don't know, but I think we are still trying to bag Shorty. The world's been fucked up and stuff for a while now. At least from my perspective. Least for my people. Am I myself the exception or am I the rule? What are the rules we live by? Hero fighting for his heroine. Colleges, careers that let us in. Cynics and the cowed who let us down. These beings couldn't compete to what she'd found. Props for fitting the whole of our insane Mexican road trip with a rando off the internet into one word choice. Cherish economy if nothing else. So we're what, 25-ish, then on to the big 3-0? Sounds right. Do we try CSUSB again? I'd have to check the transcripts. Probably dropped all of our classes right before finals like last time. We always had a flair for the dramatic, huh? Burn those bridges cause Jesus knows we'll be back. Does he though? Checking your blind spots means sometimes revisiting previous decisions to make sure you made the right choice. And the time we got a DUI? Jesus take the wheel. Going to have to go with bad choices on that one. Pitchers and playoff games don't mix apparently. Not when the game starts at 6:30 but the bar closes at 2. I was in SoCal trying to spread my sexually frustrated wings. You're a peacock, they gotta let you fly. And bars are where you meet people. We met homegirl with a baby. Ah yes, another junkie. I don't think she was a junkie yet, she just lived in a junkie apartment with junkie friends. Ah yes, the angel who walks like a duck and talks like a duck. Life was hard on her. That guy had knocked her up in high school and her family wouldn't help her. His family wouldn't let him marry her because she was an Indian. But then they had that gas station empire, so they paid for her apartment. He came to visit and fuck her when he wanted. She didn't need a drug habit to make it tragic. To make a tragedy, but it was probably on the path ahead of her, I'll give you that. Her bathroom had mold from the tile to the ceilings. Although if she had a habit, there's no way those 1,000 beer cans would have stayed on that patio. Them shits would have been recycled. She was just a kid fresh out of school, used to be a cheerleader. We went through her old photos with her, remember? She was gorgeous. We hit that, right? After bringing some Pollo Loco for the kid, yeah, we would get down. What'd she say that one time? What, you trying to be the dad of the year? Nah, honey, little man's hungry. People who aren't used to love can be cynical as fuck sometimes. Playing the hands we're dealt, how did she slide across? Sipping our beer, smiling. Queen of Hearts with her 2-year-old. Doll-faced card, full house on the river. High-low split. But we needed to fold and reshuffle this hand, so it was off to Manhattan. Bro came through and let us crash on his floor in Williamsburg. We had that lead on a Greenpeace job street canvassing. More sales, more mouth. A little smarter this time. We cruised the internet for more booty and less baby duties. We weren't able to avoid tragic, though, were we? But Shaw was wild. Let's see, where was it? But Shaw was wild, not tragic. Craigslist ad she posted mentioned killing herself. That's how the kids talk these days, is provocative. She didn't sleep with us right away, though. See, I'm going to both compliment and criticize you back then. It was smart of you to give us options before that date, but Shaw had way more options and we needed more urgency. You almost got played before you closed her. And then she cried. Do you even remember that first time? She just rolled over and said, "Condoms over there." She was tired of fighting it, tired of our whining. And then she just quietly sobbed after. And then she got addicted to this day. If we'd pushed sooner, we would have just been another asshole in her life, though. It's all about patience, my dude. Why not fill your life with as many special moments as possible? At some point, impatience becomes avoidance. Any longer, our nuts would have exploded. It's cuddling after sex, but foreplay before. The damn thing leads somewhere. This ride goes one way, into the tunnel. Want to be like the guy who slapped her while she rode him? Didn't she say that was the greatest orgasm ever? Then why did she quit being a dominatrix? Because you made her soft, and you're afraid of not being hard. Something phrasing. We navigated friendship and romance, eventually finding ourselves in new territory. Anal. Love, dude. She did follow us back to Cali. I couldn't shake her. I get this whole trying to reconcile all the different paths and parts of your own identity. It's really cute, it really is. But let's just take a minute to appreciate Shah's journey. She went from wild party girl tearing up Williamsburg to domestic housewife without skipping a beat. Shah really was willing to be anything I needed her to be. We ended up in Berkeley after my tour of the areas that shaped who I was becoming. I stayed home working on my leads for a future insurance agency while Shah worked. Her friend was mortified when she found out Shah was just working to hand her paychecks over to you. I'd done the same for her in Santa Cruz. We trusted each other completely. They'd throw on men's shirts and call them dresses, stay at hotels on cards of admirers. Feral as fuck. She was tamed. We all just want to be happy. You just wanted a threesome. That time you reached for her friend in bed? Yeah, that was a little bit of a break in the trust between me and Shah, I guess. Or when you posted ads for a fuck buddy while she was at work. This is not the time to analyze my behavior. Fuck. Well, when a man is trying to develop a sense of who he is in a complicated society in which you's a dirty dog, why deny that we get down? See a moon, we gonna howl. If we didn't choose what we were born with, but fuck if we ain't gonna share it with the world. I am a man. Our actions define what that means. You can pick and choose the attributes of this animal or that, this study or that one, to defend any selfish behavior. But that's not being intellectually honest. Reality is the explanation which includes all others. I gave you autonomy over your names for your paradoxes. I gave you space for your beliefs that match up just as well as any less romantic, less culturally grounded scientific names. But when your explanation contradicts reality, data observed and recorded, then we have to take a step back, I think. What am I contradicting by saying a man's going to be a man? Shah's feelings. We hurt her. That's not what being a man means, taking what you want at the expense of others. Growth without restraint is cancerous, as is desire without love. At least it can be, I'd imagine. I'm not a doctor. We should probably at least keep an eye on such things, get them checked out by the dermatologist if they're growing or changing colors. Reading WebMD always freaks me out. Shah was a freak. What is a freak? Remember when she cheated on us that night when we were in California and she called us crying in the cab ride home? Drunk and high, we were like, talk in the morning. Proud you told me, babe. Need to process. Love you though, but morning, babe. Morning. Good talk. We were expecting it. We'd seen enough patterns. We knew she was still playing, learning how to settle down. But then the following year, the same scenario, when we cheat on her with that hometown homegirl we knew, and then called her to tell her about it, almost the same scenario a year apart, but she lost her shit, cried for a minute. Precisely. It's not the same a year into a relationship, is it? We're just way more chill. It wasn't like we liked homegirl better, we just knew we had an excuse in the bank. Did we though? Shah's reaction was a lot more severe. She was good to us, even when she was still figuring out how to be. We didn't have a right to hurt her. These are the lessons in life that are more subtle. You can have bulletproof logic and still be wrong. We don't have a right to hurt someone else just because they hurt us or could have possibly hurt us. This is the logic of preemptive war defended by so many emotional children. It's the same way that we don't have a right to make someone feel uncomfortable due to our own uncomfortable loneliness, or anger at being lied to, chasing them in cars just because we know we're right. You love arguing with people until they feel uncomfortable. That's the wisdom of life, right? Knowing when to push the issue in the name of truth or whatever value you're upholding, and then knowing when to back off because the person across the argument from you is still a human being worthy of love, care, respect, responsibility, and knowledge. As Eric would say, micro to the macro. The other person in any relationship isn't ever going to be perfect. Mistakes are going to happen. There are going to be imbalances. But if we perpetuate this back and forth cycle, we're going to just end up destroying each other in love and in life in general. So you don't think there's any ethical way we could have swung that threesome? I guess if we had communicated better to Shah about what we wanted and were more open about our previous actions looking for fun outside the relationship. Do right and fear no woman. Those girls had gotten down like that in the past, why not with us? But that's the difference that some men seem to confuse with the need to be cold. You can have clear communication that opens up doors to all sorts of crazy sexual experiences in your life and still be an asshole. Who is anyone to determine appropriate behavior between consenting adults? It's when one or both of those adults don't know enough to make an informed decision that things get tricky. Like letting a young man join the military without knowing his country's actual imperial history. Ahem. That was a bit of an asshole move, America. We got an open conversation now. What's that one quote? Acting cool is pretending not to give a damn, but being cool is caring? Eric was a cool guy. Us Christians usually are. It's not a club. It's character. Besides, most of these actions are projections of insecurity. Not sure if I'm going to agree with your unresolved mother issues analysis, but there's something to us being a late bloomer and then trying to make up for lost time. When you take a step back and ask yourself what you really want, usually it's not what you think. What did those girls say last year in Manhattan? The dancer we were dating at the time and her friend, they were all flirting, and you asked dancer's friend if she'd be your girlfriend too, joking, not joking. They both whispered to each other and then said, "Can you afford 2 girlfriends?" Those girls were more down than 4 flats on a dump truck. Another time he slow played our ass away from the table. If he always got our way, our dick would fall off. Both sides have their own motivations, male and female libidos. But if you lead with the instinctual desire, you can get played by others, or worse, by yourself. The blind spots you never investigated. The desires you never questioned that kept you running in circles all your life, kept you distracted, because you never stopped to wonder what actually makes you happy. Perpetuating the same bullshit patterns of endless war to fuel mindless consumption that requires endless war to function. 2 girls, dude. How long is sex as a fraction of any interaction? Hey, don't put us on blast like that. I mean, what do we want out of a relationship? Those couple minutes, more than a couple, don't do us like that. Compared to all of the intimacy before and after, all of the memories, the inside jokes, the mornings where you wake up first and you're just simply happy. You're like, I get it. This is it. Enough. And you'd rather cut off your arm than wake her because you just want to keep watching her sleep like that. Drooling on the fucking pillow. The beginning of a little galaxy family. Your own universe. Now, how long does peace last compared to our idiotic organized murders? 2 girls, though. 2 more unique human beings. 2 more possible projections avoiding themselves. It's not as simple as your lust would leave you to believe, my energetic friend. This is why we don't have fun. We have fun, dude. We're just trying to be as honest about the consequences of our actions so that we don't have blind spots that allow us to be manipulated by others. Manipulated by our own biology when it comes down to it. As wise man, shouldn't we spend more effort to live up to the name? Shaw did do the whole citizen's audit thing with us. Those were good memories. That was a romantic time, sleeping out of the Honda Civic when we drove across California with a half-baked idea about running for governor. We were mostly baked, if I recall. Nah, that was a mostly sober writing project to stop in each county seat and interview people. It was the perfect storm of not being satisfied in the relationship or maybe even monogamy, as well as our chosen career path and our disgust with American politics. Electing sons of governors and kids, spouses of congressmen, mayors defying term limits, dynasties everywhere, mold from the tiles to the ceilings. Shaw stuck around for that quixotic ride despite our frequent dumbassery, sitting in that Berkeley apartment, admittedly probably high at the time. We watched that documentary about Granny B running for office and thought, maybe we're making it too complicated. I want them to make our cars, not our laws. Maybe we were caring too much about the right answers, drowning like seals in orphan facts. That was a confused callback and tortured metaphor. Tortured like Iraqis by orphaned seals? Mentally waterboarded by our own watered-down history. See, it's not that hard if you just put a little effort into it. I was totally about to make that line blue. Maybe democracy just needs to be used like a tool to create the truth instead of like a toy to distract us. We envisioned the solution to our pacifier politics. We needed a practice run for 2020. We had grown our love from a seed, even if it was probably now being neglected. Maybe we could grow a response to the bullshit around us the same way. Maybe we could start a podcast to shill fleshlights and supplements. That's what fuck you love will do too. That's what fuck you love will do. Give you the confidence to take on the world. Shaw stuck with us for 3 months and on her dime until the money ran out, and we sent her packing back to New York. Told you we should have sold those pocket pussies. There are enough pocket pussies in the world. Some of them even started by shilling. There are enough pocket pussies in the world. Some of them even started out by shilling fleshlights and supplements. Shots fired. Sometimes you only realize you've taken too much when you can't defend your actions. Hello, Boundary. I'm Shaz. How we earned perspective? Well, you finally let us out to play when we went to live in Puerto Rico. Finally got that threesome. Holla. What, me being shit-faced next to some guy fucking his girl, mumbling, "You're doing a great job." All that was missing was the thumbs up. Our hand was on her thigh, so it counts. And there are more creative uses for her thumb. Or for our thumb. Anyone's thumb, really. And we never spoke of that night again. Until now. Shout out to my Baltimore freaks. Life isn't always as sexy as a copy claims it is it? But all our tourist hookups, like the one we try to follow to Seattle, you can't just turn off your heart. Can't deny the universal human craving for intimacy beyond conquest. Love. What could have been if we weren't arrested? What could have been? What could have been if we weren't arrested en route? Yep, another plane ride to Florida, another suicide attempt. Same story, different boyfriend, both deep into pills. Are you going to say we were the only trying to smash this time? Because we had that flight already booked to Seattle the following week. This one was clear-cut friendship mode. Why you still try later in New York? Why you always trying to skip the linear narrative? I went to Florida. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Methinks thou protest too much. I protest getting arrested because her punk-ass boyfriend called the cops saying she was trying to kill herself, and then they busted into the apartment SWAT style. That wasn't cool. Getting locked up for 2 weeks for $20 worth of weed until the public defender sprung me wasn't cool. The friends she set me up to crash with were cool. Miss Seattle waiting alone at the airport because we were in jail was definitely not cool. We had a very nice physical connection. That's the wisdom of this time in life, right? Learning how different aspects of ourselves interact with each other. When was it just horniness, and when could we trust that we were actually being inspired? When it was just horniness, and when we could trust we were actually being inspired. We've learned to call it quick. We learned a lot from trying to interact as honestly as we can with the world, taking responsibility for ourselves and the people we love in our life, defining for ourselves what constitutes being a man. Homeboy overdosed. Who, our friend's boyfriend? Yeah, him too, but also the kid we crashed with while we were down there. Remembering that story he told us, his mom asking him for some smack. He didn't want to share. An hour later, he hears a shotgun blast. New Year's morning. Why did he tell us that story? So it would outlive him. And then we just listened to that song on repeat. Home, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. The real dude. They wanted to bail us out, but they didn't have the money. We broke back into the apartment and scared homeboy's girlfriend, threw on her dress before going drinking downtown that one night. He gave us his dad's kimono to take with us on his travels. Another one disconnected from his narrative. I don't think we should transition to OWS on this note, so let's combine age 29 with the last section, shall we? Consequence of actions, ours and others. Live the single life with single mothers. Eventually got wise and took our lovers. Caribbean skies and star-crossed brothers. What did we first think when we arrived at Occupy Wall Street? Calcutta. Never been, but for some reason it came to mind. There were a lot of dirty clothes. Yup, it definitely had that worn and squat vibe with sleeping protesters everywhere. Sleeping protesters everywhere. So many hippies we cut our hair. We weren't there to blend in, we were there to witness the movement firsthand. Sometimes your passion aligns with circumstance in life. We'd been working on that book proposal in Puerto Rico, The Complete American's Guide to Revolution. It was the latest iteration of that California trip I kept coming back to. Our friend paid us to drive his car from Chicago to Cali, good old Matt the mathematician, and we picked up those ride shares. Anarchist hip-hop head and Miss Fat Booty. Miss No Booty, she rejected our ass. Because we didn't have a condom. She said, no, dude. She mounted us, whispering in our ear and shit. No, I can't. No, tee-hee. She did not tee-hee. And yes, there were mixed signals. But she was upset enough later to say we took advantage of the situation. She didn't speak to us the rest of the drive. Because we stopped. Because we started. Then why ask for the condom? You're going to have to ask her. I was high as fuck. She was sober as fuck. Well, I'd feel violated if I just didn't confuse myself. We flew to New York to grab the lead role like Robert De Niro. Pacino. Always go with Al Pacino. She's got a great ass! And we had her head all the way up in the revolution. We really need to rewrite the Communist Manifesto sometime. Milton's Dumb and Dumber. Would mention Don Quixote, but I think you already got that covered. You're going to say our time in Occupy Wall Street was mere tilting at windmills? You're going to say that anyone took us seriously? We changed the narrative, dude. People were using the language of class consciousness. This is what democracy looks like. Goose-stepping in the street like good little brown shirts. Goose-step? Like a two-step, but with more waddle. You make a person want to get back on drugs. Back on topic, OWS. What can we say that hasn't been said? That girl gave you an STD. I think I've told that story plenty of times already. We came, we saw, we got it checked out. Thousands of people violently arrested for protesting on Hopi Changy's watch, and no one seemed to care. Thousands? There was at least us. Fusion centers were used to eliminate protesters with plans that included targeted assassinations per the FBI. Already done in the Ukraine, but the Ukraine happened after some talk show host did a bit dressed as Che Guevara. They called it. We were a joke. Because we went after their fucking bosses. No, didn't you read the paper? It's because we didn't have any demands. Besides, like everyone says, they were just a bunch of college kids. We weren't in college. Our folks were losing their home at the time. No, I mean the rest of the protesters. The kids we met at that squat we stayed at weren't going to college either. Remember the one girl who came in off the streets only to get turned out? She wasn't even in high school. I think legal is going to want us to remember she was well out of high school, dude. She was young. She got tricked out real quick. And now these are officially unreliable memories. The city came to test us for diseases, and half that house had hep. Told you if you had your way, I told you if you always had your way, it would fall off. And if you always got your way, you might as well not even have a dick. The protest movement, dude. We came, we saw, it fizzled like a solitary sparkler on the 4th of July. A whole lot of solitary sparkles. At least we got some decent documentary footage. That was genius. This time I hired a real cameraman instead of just sleeping with one. 17 hours of high def behind the scenes. Only for YouTube to steal it. They didn't steal it, they just disabled our account. We had like 4 videos of copyrighted content and hundreds of our own. What gives them the right to deny us access to our OC? It's our website, dude. It's like we're on their property. But didn't you say if elites own all the land, it's called feudalism? A specter is haunting the internet. We're not rewriting the Communist Manifesto, dude. Besides, you can create new online property easier than new actual physical land. Then why do the peasants stay on these fiefdoms? You have to ask them. I'm high as fuck right now. That YouTube serfdom smackdown was a blow to our creative ambitions. We'll get our content back, though. We just first have to prove it has value. No one cares in this world until money's involved. Look who's being cynically unloved now. I was traumatized, man. So much so that we went back to PR to clear our head. Check in with Shah, who was living there now. Try to rub those familiar sticks together to get some of that home cooking. The love that keeps us going. The gardens we're glad we tended. And then we returned to New York to compete within the capitalist arena and be boring like everyone else. We're incapable of being boring, dude. It's been a tear these past couple years. I guess it has. Took us 11 apartments and 4 hostels to find the right one to get evicted from. I think the original goal was to create a real estate empire, but yeah, you shouldn't always take my advice, by the way. Are you why we stopped working last year and started writing again? I suggested we look into those military documents. You're the one who turned it into a complete life review. Well, my old friend was the one who gave me the idea of turning my apartment into a lily pad, inspiring me to return to my old squatter ways. We created a place where artists could come to just live and create. But it was also a reversion back to our romantic self, how we went after our first love, how we later turned Shah's heart, not with our whining, but with our words. We was smooth. How we knew we'd have to be if we wanted to earn dancers' love. We're our best when we're our sincere self. So is this all a ploy to marry Yaya then? I don't know, dude. I haven't written 2020 yet. Still trying to close out this year. Actually, the year before, so I can finally tackle 2018. Shit. We've run out of time. Just came back from a joint and a walk. There were fireworks. Your folks were praying in the living room. I didn't want to say anything, but I also didn't want to be rude. So I kind of closed my eyes. It was like a really bad game of hide and seek. As are most religions, I suppose. Wait, I thought you were a voice in my head. I should have taken you with me on my walk. And I thought you were a Christian. No, I was just fucking with you. I think we've settled on me being your rhetorical device thing. Second perspective, saintly insight. Devil's advocate. Those 5 years where we built ourselves up from 2012 to 2017, from 30 to 35, we started holding our cards a lot closer to our chest. But the macro has been starting to remind us of the micro more and more. The world's been getting a little funny for sure. Society's devolving emotionally. Maybe we're maturing. God forbid. Always knew you'd come along. Jesus. The lily pad idea always seemed stupid. Like, I know how these things go. We'd had that first apartment under the meth house. And then how about those hostels that fell apart when people stopped paying? Until that Russian lady gets smart and hired a heavy. Human nature is just a take. I thought we were trying to write a positive story. Operative word trying. We didn't invite strangers, dude. We invited our friends. And I can honestly say we didn't have any ulterior motives this time. A loved lion becomes a house cat. It became a good house. I think we all healed a lot. My friend cleared her head. I finally finished some writing projects. Do we sell anything? Yep, finally finished some writing projects. I'll take that as a no. It was nice to be able to read and write full time until we got evicted. Because your ass stopped defending our case in housing court. I thought you said we were winning. Why would I keep fighting for a cockroach-infested apartment I didn't even want anymore? Why were we sneaking onto the roof to sleep after eviction? We were homeless. Eventually we crashed with friends, but you even slept on the landing once they locked the roof, just to be near your precious already re-rented apartment. It was hard to let that life go. Took a lot of work to get to 13 Carmine number 13, New York, 10014. Since we first started real estate, we had wanted to live in the village. Sold Pop's guitar for the money to get that license. They said, get a job and occupy, so we set out to do just that and make a lot of money. Stop asking so many questions. Stop caring about stuff no one cares about. Be normal and fit in. Fuck bitches, make money, go to cool parties. We did decent for ourselves. A couple family vacays for the folks. That 5 grams 8 joint party was epic. Champagne after party was even better. Another 3-way opportunity blown. Our girlfriend at the time was not about that Russian girl's energy. And she also had a boyfriend. When you're an old man on a park bench, you won't be remembering political theory. You'll be remembering my boldness. Ah, yes, elderly gentlemen masturbating in public. What a wonderful retirement plan. It's been nice to treat the fam with money when we were making it. All the cool clients we met. Smoking out with that model girl. Hey, swing and miss. Yeah, she was definitely too cool for us. Or maybe too jaded. Both too young and too old. She seemed hungry. They call that thirsty. But she was making bank, so I don't really have a right to speak on it. We play the hand we're dealt. Mushroom crowing at the moon from the roof with dancer girl and her friends. Until the neighbor comes up all like, excuse me, I don't want to be that guy, but it's like right over our bedroom. He didn't say shit, he let the girls talk. Speak to my chicken priestesses, sir. The Shaz is busy traveling the astral planes. Dancer almost freaked out when the priestesses discovered the coconut oil. She didn't, though. She gets down. Cycles, man. That's how we get caught up. I just wanted to fuck neighbor lady down the hall in town from Paris. You're the one who insisted on Yaya the same morning. We fucked first. Dude, you knew that was the last night for the Parisian. It was then or never. We hadn't put in the time in the Real Housewives for nothing. We already knew we were liberating the furniture she was living behind. That entryway shoe bench with the cushions was everything. You know that real estate money is what gave us the stability to finally become Shaz, legally and all. I've always been the Shaz man. America's the invention. And finally pay off that DUI, clean up our credit, which we've again ruined. Those nights we went shirtless with that emerald necklace we'd put on when we tripped. The soul that straddles all worlds. Bet neighbor guy wasn't upset we got evicted. Our landlady seemed pissed. She never gave us a lease. She could wait for her money. So how many open conversations does that make? Let's see. YouTube, America, the landlady. I made some enemies on Reddit. That's not too many loose ends to tie up. How much we making for this proposal thingy? About that, see, this is a new innovative concept where you work before you're paid. Wait, what the fuck are we even doing here? It's kind of like a minimal viable product. Remember all those tech clients we had and those buzzwords they used? Or a third party, or pacifism, or just an alternative to individual and collective suicide. Haven't really decided the reason. Are we running for office or selling a book? Yes. Saving the world or getting laid? ¿Por qué no los dos? I hate it when you sound like me. You should be proud. I got the poems this time. Calcutta with butt-ass rot and squats, turning thoughts at crossroads in our life. Gave up on our dreams just to survive. Scheming for more threesomes, 'cause why not? Yaya, will you marry us? Dogs chasing cars. Oh, and you don't have to misspell words to rhyme. And we're not marrying fucking Yaya. Love is the acorn planted, which grows into the oak. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay. It takes about 20 minutes to talk. It takes about 20 minutes to walk from the men's intake shelter to the main branch of the New York Public Library. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on? I'm Shaz Barbaric, a name and persona I've chosen for myself. I'm sitting in the lounge of a shelter. Now that we have the who and where, what's going on? I'm trying to get vouchers. What's vouchers? Look, no one likes to pay rent. But it turns out if you really don't try, the government just gives up and pays your rent for you. So we're homeless. Any comprehensive theory of society requires inspection at every level of the social stratum. And the folks booted us. We had a nice visit with our parents, yes. But as December extends past the 31st, we have to start thinking about wrapping 2018. Manhattan is our meal ticket, literally, as in the meal ticket which let me into the shelter, and figuratively, as in the ticket to launch our presidential campaign. Oh, we're still doing that? Dude, that was the whole point of 2018. It's just, you change your mind a lot. We're beginning like year 2 of a 3-year plan. What's our platform? We're beginning like year 2 of a 3-year plan. How do we end up with the folks again? After a year of introspection, we ended 2018 meditating on what's most important in life. Breakfast? Family. Where it all began. Ah, yes, March 15th, 1982. Remember it well. No, you don't. But we've added many formative experiences since our birth. Pops, the son of a vet, met Moms on an LA city bus a couple years prior. She was an orphan, no? Basically, with her parents dying shortly after she was born. Rapist, murderer. Yup, she came here from Mexico. Illegally, I'm pretty sure. At any rate, marrying Pops made it legal. And then we moved to the IE, right? San Bernardino, meth capital of the world. Be good at one thing. We were good at school until we weren't. Fuck homework. Fuck homework indeed. Never bought into the school thing. Maybe that's why we're here, in more ways than one. If we just blindly did as we were told, we'd have been conned into Iraq like our family and friends. You're saying ours was a calculated discharge? Choice or chance, we've managed to stay ahead of the bullshit. Fuck war. Fuck war indeed. So if not war, then what? Well, we tried some college. Fuck college. Yeah, that was pretty much our sentiment. Let's get rich. We weren't quite there yet. We made some money, then we would read a bunch, then we would make some more money only to read some more. We went to Mexico. We went to a lot of places. It seemed like we moved every 3 to 6 months in our 20s as we explored possible footholds in society. What did we want? Well, George Bush Jr. was elected in 2000 and he seemed like kind of a dumbass. And then the Iraq-Afghan wars seemed kind of illegal. The Patriot Act seemed kind of un-American, and the Twin Tower collapse seemed kind of suspicious. Are we truthers? As in, do we believe in scientific inquiry? Or are you asking me if we buy the dominant narrative? We bought into Occupy Wall Street. Well, they seemed to challenge the narratives. Were we just reacting? We believed we could change the world through new conversations until we got arrested. And then we just decided to make money. So how'd we do? We got up to about $170,000 a year before we stopped filing taxes. Fuck taxes. No. We plan on catching up. We're just taking a mental health sabbatical. So how'd we make it? Cocaine, women, real estate commissions, which we then spent on cocaine, women. God bless America. No, ours isn't a cautionary tale of debauchery. More of an inspiring journey, really. Borrowing $200 from a friend, we slept in Central Park, storing our work clothes in a gym locker until our first commission paid for a hostel. Rags to riches, bags to bitches. I do not think you should be in charge of writing our presidential platform. And by me, you mean you? And by us, we mean who? I'm sensing a narrative here. I hope so. Young man, distraught over a country which would send him to die for empire and then kick his ass for protesting, decides to join the cynical fucks in the race to distract us from ourselves. But then 2018 happened. Perhaps it's time to unpack what happened last year, this year, tomorrow. I think we just scored a bet on Bowery. Back in the game. It takes about 20 minutes to take the train from the Bowery to the main branch of the New York Public Library. So we're making that a thing then. It is Tuesday, December 60th, and I've yet to explain why we're still stuck in 2018, or why we're homeless. Oh, that one's easy. We just stopped working. And this is January 2018? Yep. We brokered real estate out of the West Village, King's Quarters, 13 Carmine, number 13, New York, 10014. And then we just stopped working. Existential crisis? I guess you could call it that. There were 2 terrorist attacks near the end of 2017. Do you think they had to do with the American Empire? They didn't have to do with my real estate brokerage. So I stopped that for a bit, knowing that my landlady had fudged her paperwork and it would take her a while to start an eviction. God bless greedy assholes. Yes, cleverness often hides its self-interest behind the ineptly corrupt. We weren't selfish, though. No, we invited our friends to ride out our eviction. One from our hometown, recovering from a heroin addiction, and the other, a dancer we'd been dating off and on for the past year. Do we love Yaya? I think so. When did we get the idea to run for president? At the end of 2017, around those attacks. We'd been reading the paper every day, lording over our hashtag winning ways, but it seemed as though our problems, reality in fact, the facts of reality themselves, were not being discussed, at least not in a mature fashion. Are we really in a position to define maturity? Are we not? Any success in our life has been owed to critical thinking and emotional stability. Homeless says what? What? There's a method to the madness. We were going to be internet famous. Well, we were going to at least try to find an audience. I started a publishing company, remember? And I had that idea for years about a third political party. Flash politics. It's got legs, kid. But now we had to figure out how to capitalize our newly recovered idealism. I didn't trust the incentives of real estate, even my own business. But we'd also experienced firsthand the dangers of becoming beholden to outside donors. RIP OWS. Those early months we were brainstorming how to edit our political thoughts for mass consumption without adding to the cynicism and despondency surrounding us. We stayed really high. We explored our thought processes. I'd imagine that any honest investigation should explore the bias of the investigator, one would imagine. So we did those videos in January and February to record our fresh take on current events, to be able to analyze our own bias. We read a ton. Oh yeah, all the autobios from Hillary to Obama to Rand Paul and Bernie Sanders. Even Donald Trump. Mental enema, cranial colonoscopy. But we gave everyone the benefit of the doubt, until we had a reason. No one withstood close inspection, did they? Emotional triggers to buy into the two-party apparatus. We were kind of triggered when we saw the Obama vanity piece, The Final Year, and then read his longtime speechwriter's book, The World as It Is. Fuck Obama, right? This guy was basically Obama's main narrative architect, and he didn't even mention Occupy Wall Street. Forgotten history. Feelsbadman.jpg. So we did mushrooms on our birthday to probe our subconscious. I think we just like to do mushrooms. I also think that emotional intelligence works in tandem with the rational. That night before our first housing court date, we pondered how to get our story out. What even is a story, man? Good old mushrooms. Well, based on the latest science from another book we read, How to Change Your Mind, mushrooms interact with your default mode network, or basically your resting state brain function. English, please. Psychedelics interfere with one's perception of reality. Somebody give this man a Nobel Prize. Obama, you're not using that. From my reading and first-hand experiences, I discovered a lot of misinformation infecting society. And when I did psychedelics, from low-grade substances like marijuana and to acid and shrooms, it helped me question the bullshit. But drugs are illegal because they're unhealthy. And we invaded Iraq to bring them democracy. And then Libya, and now Venezuela. So let me get this right. You want Americans to cure themselves of suicidal imperialism through ritualistic drug use? No. Maybe. But I took a safer approach than possibly breaking the collective consciousness. Let's get rich again. In due time, friend, in due time. But first, let's get religious to create a benchmark for universal morality and finally hold ourselves accountable for our actions. Theocracy, then? Morality. The difference, I'm finding, is the authority required. Takes about 20 minutes for the beautiful blonde to be approached as she suffers the frozen drizzle of a dreary December 61st. We were late because you wouldn't stop talking to that chica. It just blew my mind that this shelter has a weekly writers' meetup. Miss Creative Writing blew your mind. We had a vibe, yes, and we had fun reading Ursula Le Guin's The Ones Who Walk Away. But I didn't mean to make Yaya wait so long. Long enough to cop a dub for a dime. Yup, at least that dude in the park hooked her up. But as it relates to the presidential campaign, you are a reformed man, giving up the good fight, purchased the cow. I made a commitment to put Yaya first. Hopefully this is the continuation of my journey of introspection. Seeing her this last week really feels different. We had a good life in the village, and yet now, despite being in the shelter, I feel my head is clear. Character is one's capacity to love. Exactly. Going through this past year, it feels like I can love deeper. We've begun to cultivate our sensitivity, emotional intelligence. In April, we finally read that Alan Watts book, The Way of Zen, and by May we were rewriting the Tao. Quick learners we are. It didn't feel intellectually honest to criticize the New York Times or other framers of narrative without being able to articulate my own belief system. Our 420 philosophy, one should outline their philosophy by their 420th month. Seemed like a pretty cool thing to gift yourself for turning 35. So we were already thinking values. Yeah, we had been preparing to explain our thoughts for a while. That birthday mushroom trip inspired us to formally break from Christianity. Then we read about spiritual states approaching the psychedelic, and it became clear that we needed to speak on religion in general. Let's see what the Buddhists have to say. Yep, Thich Nhat Hanh was the first author we translated into simpler language. Good Barrack's Manifesto. Although not yet a platform, it's a set of principles that match up to any traditional morality without the traditionalist dogma, the fruit and not the husks. Then we were eating that mango walking down 2nd Avenue when we dipped into blue stockings and stumbled across the Dow. Looked short enough, so we rewrote that bitch too. Stayed pretty high while doing it too. Really let our mind wander. Dropped acid with Irish Mike under that tree. Achieved homeless enlightenment in Washington Square and never looked back. But by then it was July and we needed cash. We were creating, but we'd yet to monetize. YouTube shut us down for some bullshit. They seem to be doing a lot these days. Hope there's a way to recover our original content. Then Airbnb shut us down for some bullshit. That was actually some real bullshit because kid tried to grope Yaya in her sleep and was lucky all I did was throw him out on his ass. Uncle RJ died on 420. Spent what little savings we had to be with family in NorCal and had the chance to practice our newly formalized wisdom. They entertained us. With a hostel shut down, King's Quarters, June and July were Craigslist roommates while we waited for the publishing money to start rolling in. While we waited for the author. I've delivered 2 saleable projects that I'm pretty sure at the very least do not contribute to the suck in the world. So why aren't we famous yet? Because 1, that's not the point, and 2, without marketing you're invisible. So where are the websites and stuff? Funny enough, that's precisely what I was working on when we got the eviction notice. Landlady done fudged the eviction through. Sometimes 2 fudges make a right. Mother fudgers. Where was Yaya at this time? Doing some European tour, then a dance class in Rome, I think. I tried to pay attention. And then we had to get all our stuff out within a couple days. Everyone else did. I just walked out with 2 bags. Thus, 2-bag Shaz was born. A king carries his kingdom within him. That afternoon, I went to her friend's, and by that evening, I was in her landlady's bed, 23 years old and legs like a horse. Yaya was in Europe, but I didn't get down with Secretariat, because she had that thing. And luckily, she was decent enough to tell us about that thing. We've learned to slow down. We're trying to slow down. At the intersection of politics and personal morality, social studies and sexuality, is a man trying to live an honest life between impulse and coercion. Peace is cultivated, without as well as within. Going for that political shaman monk media mogul brand, I see. I think we said it best when we phrased it calling out truce. Is that why we did heroin? And jury's still out, we might need some more data on that one. It takes about 20 minutes to grab a cab dressed in drag 3 blocks east of the House of Yes. Why did Homegirl get mad at us again? Might have been our comment about how Judaism can be perceived as a failed culture. In your defense, you did phrase it as a hypothetical. Our August spot had run out. Romance and free rent only last so long. And what was supposed to be September just spun her top in public. In her defense, you both ate mushrooms. And so our protagonist, 2-bag Shaz, wanders toward Lincoln Center for better vibes. From a skyscraper close enough to see the park without casting a shadow, we called out the truths of the Ute. Ketamine and acid and mushrooms, oh my, before giving oxy and heroin a try. Why? To be loved? Some drugs are used out of boredom. The strongest are usually used for pain. That was an interesting couple of weekends, all recorded to better analyze later. As we've done for a lot of 2018, it's information asymmetry not to monitor yourself within a police state. How do we come off on the tapes? Presidential, my dude. Presidential as fuck. It's been 100 days since we've done H though, right? This sounds about right. Though we did relapse on capitalism in October, we were staying with that friend who had used King's Quarters to get clean herself. She did not approve of the company we kept, but she did lend us a couple hundred to give real estate another go. We didn't have the touch anymore, though. It's a hard business to try half-heartedly. Where was our other half? Well, Yaya was still in Europe, but we didn't know she was our other half yet. Can't make money and can't beat junkies. What can we do? I was going over the tapes I'd accumulated, dating back to my first idea of running for president. At the very least, it won't be another boring, cynical shit show. Nope, this time the shit show will have color, as well as a basis in actual reality, if not a rational narrator. Transition from real estate to publishing to launch a third political party of which we're the minimal viable product. Is that why we let homegirl fly us out to Los Angeles? Nah, we were trying to smash. But she had that thing, that surgery thing, that lawsuit thing, that ass though. We were dodging LA traffic with our half-baked honey when we finally decided to tap. Mama, we're coming home. Good timing too, because her birthday was November 4th. Our presence is our presence. We've been good to the fam, now we just needed a quiet space to think. If all we wanted was quiet, why do we argue with them so much? Well, people can't help putting expectations on you, especially if they're your parents. We'd gone from current events to their framing, to values and their historic and physiological sources, to bias and methods of constructing and deconstructing reality. The folks really didn't appreciate being recorded. How are we going to confront emotional manipulations if we don't start analyzing the outburst? And there were a lot of outbursts, along with a lot of Fox News and that QAnon bullshit. Breadcrumbs of propaganda. We also started writing again, that was good. Recorded 160 videos brainstorming our life narrative. Came up with this format to process ideas. Still on the fence on whether talking to myself multiplies labor or wastes it. Is it a useful reference for who you are? Who am I? Who are we? We were horny, so we took Tinder Girl to Slap City. Swing and a miss. Was cool visiting actual anarchy while reading theory. What else did we read in CA? In California? A book on Hunter S. Thompson, a book on authoritarianism. That one really helped explain the folks. Yep, turns out a large percentage of the population is predisposed to obeying authority far beyond rationality, enabling the conniving few to use authority to further their own interests. Interestingly, that psychologists discovered that politicians were as subservient as the religious. That would make sense since you branded Americanism a religion back in March. Did I? Check the tapes. An ex-president died at the end of November to great patriotic fanfare. Grandmother died the end of December. Gramps would have been George Sr.'s age. Both World War II fighter pilots. Grandpa didn't get shot down. Heart disease. The rich can afford to lead long lives. What life was I supposed to live? We were expected to sacrifice our life for the bullshit of others. Bullshit that doesn't withstand scrutiny, wrapped in emotional manipulations. We're learning to trust emotions when we can unpack them. How are we feeling right now? Like it's 9 degrees out and we got to see if Whole Foods accepts EBT. It will take about 20 minutes to read this entire page if I did this right. Not if I can help it. Our friend was getting evicted in Brooklyn, and the folks offered to fund our trip to help. They bought us out. It was time to move on. It was the recordings. Some people really don't want to explore their bias. But we were committed. We made a decision not to leave 2018 until we finished reviewing our notes. Too many good ideas. Too many clues as to what's going on, from the personal to the social. But we'll figure it out. We're taking a leap year then. I suppose we are until we catch up to actual reality, and it's December 66th? Yep. When's our birthday? The 105th. I can fuck with that. We actually had a return flight for the 46th. So why aren't we back in Cali? Kinda got shanghaied to Martha's Vineyard? Makes sense, we need those political donations. I think we helped drive a friend back, made a half-assed attempt at finding work, and then wore out our welcome within a week. Sounds about right. The Vineyard is an interesting place. Cold and creepy. That's just off-season. Quaalude Colonial? That's just Edgartown. We got the lay of the land before. Yup, islands are a thing. We've lived on Vieques, the southern tip of the Bermuda Triangle. Punta Diablo, Devil's Bitch. All about those strong energies. Speaking of which, Yaya? She didn't make it, unfortunately. And notice the jump between the 62nd and 66th. Words were spoken. You sent her a Bon Iver video. Regrettable actions were taken. So, Martha's Vineyard compared to Vieques. Islands, empires. You sent her that mariachi crying yiff. I am cultivating sensitivity. It'll all be in the drop narrative. What's that? That's something I came up with to organize experiences into stories. Remember, we're not just running for president, we're also launching a startup and trying to get Yaya back. We're not trying to get Yaya back. She fucked it up. Yaya, we're sorry. Perhaps we should concentrate lower on our hierarchy of needs, like, for example, getting out of the shelter. We can't make you love us if she don't. The jewel box is a term for my friend's penthouse apartment with a view of the park. I just decided I had just enough money to get back into the city, delayed by almost arrest, reminded to buy a ticket before boarding, but we settled in Saturday night to rambling thoughts and rumbling acid farts. They were bad. I hope Poison didn't notice. Why do we have to call her Poison? Because her friend we also recorded we call Ivy. ... Because she goes to an Ivy League school. I'll allow it. So that was like the night of the 50th. Yeah, because you didn't want to stay through MLK Day even though it was supposed to be the coldest of the year. Something didn't sit right about those convos. These kids are all just neglected and confused. The more we slow down to unpack our emotions, the more info we get on the first pass through life. It's just, Ivy League was so intelligent yet so resigned. Our addict friend wearing her self-destruction like a badge. Their cynicism, it's not us. What is us? Well, we were living pretty good in the village before our morning routine was disturbed. We're just investigating a disturbance. I like where you're going. Political investigator Shaz Barbaric. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. We're not doing Taken. But what we can do is very clearly start outlining and replacing violent systems. Violence being defined as getting your needs met at the expense of others. Like our 22-year-old weed-dealing Trump supporter said, isn't that capitalism though? Why do we have to worship ideas over people? What I've learned is that religion is a tool. Psychedelics are tools. Political and economic theories are tools to build better societies. If it was that simple, why hasn't it been done before? If it was that complicated, what did we do before governments? Kill each other? And you tell me, when did the killing stop? What I have are a very particular set of skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. Stop! We have to plan our presidential campaign. A lot of cramming to do. Explore startup ambitions. Explore our loneliness. Explore what it means to be human. I will look for you. I will find you. And I will ask you to pre-order my books to move on to phase 2. Until then, we're stuck in the shelter. Gotta start somewhere, might as well be the bottom. Way to end on a positive note. Higher than heaven, what's lower than dirt? Holy, the holy common. S.B. Barrick, December 66, 2018. Horizons Community Lab, Bowery, Residence Committee. 80th drop. 80th drop. I don't remember deciding to be born, but I had a happy childhood once I got here. I accept what I'm given without cause. I was a Christian who didn't cuss and collected Superman comics. These days, I'm told I have a problem with authority. I say most authority is unjustified. This proved true from high school hijinks, starting a radical newspaper, through my military intel career. I got my top secret clearance just as I stopped caring to keep the secrets of the state. When I got to community college, I joined the Model UN just as the state was beginning to invade Iraq. The government had originally planned to turn me into an Arabic linguist, a door knocker. Sir or madam, my country needs you to step out of your home. We've come to blow things up and start a civil war. Oh, and free your oil. Shukran jazilan. Instead, I dropped classes days before finals and wrote songs I'd never play in open mics. I slept in sunlight and read under the moon. I quit more jobs than fired me. I struggled between honesty and survival. I survived war. An idiot had just tried to risk my life for his benefit. 43 needs to answer for this. I found honesty in poetry. I befriended the homeless and the insane. I learned how to be myself. I learned how to defend myself. I learned who I was. I learned how to create my own story. I decided that all of human history was my history, and all of the world was my inheritance. I decided I didn't need to own things anymore. I still own things. Avoiding addiction only to fall in love with addicts, I learned about love. I learned war games dating from April 1999 called for an invasion force of 400,000, over twice as many as were approved. I learned regional conflict and division along religious and ethnic lines had been predicted. I thought back to 9/11. I realized the con was longer. He wasn't an idiot. He was an addict. I protested and was ignored, like the thousands rallying against the WTO in Seattle, like the May Day marches of 2006, like the fusion centers to infiltrate and get rid of OWS. 44 needs to answer for this. I got a passport that expired without stamps. I ghosted a single mom who wore a leotard under her clothes. I made my mistakes. I learned what love requires. I desired to make love. I crossed borders without IDs and placed flowers on graves in Mexico. I impulsively created art. I dated artists. I made up for things I missed out on in high school. I tried to understand what I missed out on in the military. I sat with friends while they were drunk and violent, still stuck in a war they couldn't describe. He snored in my passenger seat, an unsheathed K-bar in his lap. I waited with him. I tried to put my feelings down in words. I told my truth. I layered the canon over current events and switched the positions of the oppressed and the oppressor. I struggled to retain my humanity within the current cultural storm. I became engulfed by lies. Torture had been promoted and made legal. Some people defended their actions by claiming they were inspired by popular TV shows. It comes from the top down. I watched less TV. I watched more porn. I wrote poems. I wrote parodies of pop songs. I dreamed of re-enlisting. I moved every 3 months. Twice, I went hiking into the wilderness only to turn back, fearing what I was chasing. More times, I pushed forward. I dreamed of my grandfather who had been a Top Gun in San Diego. I read Carl Sandburg. My parents flew to Mexico for an uncle's funeral, and I babysat their business. I got high and wrote songs. I got a DUI. I moved to New York City. I decided that Lavia looked like roast beef. I was told she wouldn't have sex with me because she liked me. I had sex with her anyways. She still liked me anyways. Until she didn't. You're going to ruin me. I learned that though they didn't sell, my words still had value. I imitated Dylan Thomas and applied for reality TV shows. I moved back to California to start a business. I got free weed samples in exchange for reviews. I failed at cheating until I didn't. I wasn't honest about what I wanted from love. I bought a piano I never learned how to play. I bought a cello. I toured California talking to people about politics only for YouTube to take my videos down. They've yet to answer for this. I moved back in with my parents. I built simple websites. I wondered why we were building an embassy the size of Vatican City in the middle of Iraq. I looked deeper into the 20th century. I read an economic history of Germany. I encouraged my friend to go to law school. He told me how the State Department came to talk to them about the legality of torture. I began and gave up a book proposal about creating voting blocks based on identities. I went down untold online rabbit holes and downloaded media I can no longer access. I started editing more media. I collected historic speeches. I started mixing those speeches to beats. I learned about the death of Lenny Bruce and the activism of Tupac Shakur. I set the words of 44 against those of William Blum and Helen Thomas. I discovered JFK opposed what had become an American empire. I created a form of truth I could carry with me. I respected Kennedy more. I mourned Howard Zinn. I discovered Bill Hicks. I realized the current world order is dependent on lies children can unravel. I wondered what my role was in all of this. I tried to heal myself. Salinger was robbed of love by Chaplin, and gave us Holden Caulfield. Charlie was robbed of his mustache by Adolf and gave us a king in New York. Martin chose love. Jesus hated greed. Angelina Jolie was beautiful and angry. I learned that violence is driven by passion. I found more inputs into the system. I thought about what I wanted to be. I wanted to be warm and happy near the ocean. I moved to the Caribbean. I fished and I fucked. I visited a friend in Florida and got arrested for $20 worth of weed. A for-profit prison tried to hold me for 60 days or $600. I fled back to Empire's outposts. On an island that boasts the last Spanish fort to be built in the Western Hemisphere, I wrote social criticism modeled after the Idiot's Guide series. This fort is now occupied by the U.S. State Department. I drove a friend's car from Chicago to Los Angeles and heard about Occupy. I bought a plane ticket for October 31st. When I arrived at Liberty Park, I offered a young girl socks and began a census. I saw roles being created to control resources. I got the resources to start a farms working group. We didn't quite know what we were doing. We were ridiculed. We were sabotaged by unknown actors. Someone leaked me proof of funds being drained. Some of us stayed in hotels. Someone told us to hold meetings. Some cheered our violent eviction. We were told we needed to present our demands. Those who claimed this sold us the Iraq war over peace 25-1. They fired Donahue because he didn't pander to shallow rhetoric. They came to the defense of the bailouts. They said 45 would be bad for America but good for business. They criticize anyone who attempts to organize outside of their two-party false dichotomies. I lived in the park until our arrest, then with lovers, squatters, and God, until even the church gave up. Someone stole holy water. I hired a camera guy to document those of us involved in this movement to get our story out. YouTube stole those videos too. I retreated to the beach to think and heal. I decided to open a library. Thinking I should focus on money, I moved back to New York. I slept in Central Park until I could afford a hostel, and then a room, and then my own studio before finding 13 Carmine, number 13. I made up for time not spent in college. I changed my name. I became a real estate broker. I learned business and how to make real money. During the equinox, I drove an hour north to visit a recovering friend and was pulled over in New Jersey, then arrested for $20 worth of weed. Since the war, heroin and prescription drugs have flooded our communities. Since Occupy, identity politics have gone mainstream. We are told that a woman should be our next president. They say that these wars must be endless. I got my social security number tattooed on my arm as a tribute to Spartacus. I tried to remember truth. I've made $500,000, none of which I've kept. I've called out the truths of the world and fears within my head. I thought I'd found love and lost what I'd found, and I'm recovering what I'd lost. I realize I'm older. I know what terrorizes us. It's when you don't hold men to their word. It's when you only see a woman as a woman. These are shallow subjects with loud emotions. Consensus defines reality, and honor defines character. I'm a man. Let's start there. Too longs, didn't reads. TLDRs. What's good, America? It's your resident barbarian running for president, capitalizing the journey through his art. I'll be approaching this from the general to the specific. Join me in sincere curiosity, and let us explore the concepts of truth and identity together. Yours for the revolution, S.B. Barrick. Since questions are infinite, knowledge is bound by ignorance. This boundary is revered by spirituality and explored by science. I will be using metaphors to reveal patterns through comparisons. My first comparison will be the creation of our galaxy and the family unit. Consider the galaxy to be your grandmother. The Earth and the Sun then become your parents. Every life form can be viewed as an older sibling. Modern humanity is a movie, and nuclear fallout lasts as long as a fart. If we're wise men, evolution was our education. We were upright and moral by first grade, if only through fear and greed. In middle school, we did the right thing for the sake of shame or pride. And by 22, we're physically modern, with our brain catching up a few years later. Sadly, we stopped learning before achieving enlightenment. Despite the blip of an axial age, most of history has been bloodshed. Like a tired game of King of the Hill, empires replace empires, and power has long since graduated from royalty to currency. In fact, power and its accumulation is the vice which enables all others. Compulsive habits that lead to self-harm are classified as addictions. By following the tropes of history, America has become addicted to violence. In this way, my country parallels dysfunction I've personally witnessed. We are suicidal, culturally, collectively, and increasingly individually. The truths about personal character I learned growing up are being ignored. I've attempted to retain the dignity of my values in the face of constant coercion. I've also stumbled and retreated, exploring the different ways to survive this world. But we can thrive if we show the courage to live honestly. As admonished by a clown, the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. As witnessed by all families, love is a foundation for any lasting relationship. I don't propose solutions, merely questions which I first turned on myself. These are the answers to who I am. May we find in them the seeds to who we are, and more importantly, who we can be. If I err, tell me but where, and then let us all grow in love and wisdom together. Truth and narratives. Truth and narratives. I think this is the query letter. Shaz Barrick stopped brokering real estate at the end of 2017 to run for president. This moment is documented in a recording, as Shaz has documented much of his life to prepare for one of the most scrutinized jobs imaginable. 35 years old at the time, Shaz wished to understand his own flaws before exposing himself to the criticism of others. And so during the first half of 2018, as Shaz explored current events and their framing, to values and their historic and physiological sources, to bias and methods of constructing and deconstructing reality, Shaz recorded himself. Shaz Barrick, Truth and Narrative, investigates the concept of objectivity by examining the emotional coercion of the American empire laid over a meta-narrative of writing and selling this book from 2018 through 2019, in a genre one can describe as reality literature. Shaz is still committed to launching a third political party, of which he'll be the minimal viable product, but in his attempt to criticize society, we're afraid he's escaped it. His re-entry, along with his conclusion, awaits the response of you, the reader. At the dawn of the 21st century, Bill Clinton delivered a State of the Union acknowledging the recent Columbine school shooting, but making no mention of the tens of thousands who protested Seattle's World Trade Center meeting that previous November. Instead, he claimed a consensus on global trade, while warning in the coming years of the enemies of the nation-state. Thus, the information age, from its inception, has pitted open systems against authoritarianism. Democrats themselves are on record wondering if perhaps the internet should never have been invented, with Joe Biden assuring elites 20 years later that nothing will fundamentally change. There are over 1 million active-duty U.S. military members stationed in 800-plus bases around the world. America enrolls 20 million college students, while 40 million of their citizens live in poverty. And then globally, 60 million have been displaced during this ongoing refugee crisis, the largest since the forced establishment of Israel. But the rational causality of objective reality is purposefully omitted from narratives. This book will likely not sell 121 million copies, at least not immediately, But at the intersection of the education of American citizens, their decreasing standard of living, and the empire they tacitly condone through a militant culture, are values reflected in the words and omissions of elected officials. The truth is that the modern financial system which underwrites empire was born of 13th century Italian city-state banking, benefiting from trade routes opened up by the Crusades, particularly militant brand of Christianity. This use of religion as a tool for the objectification and subsequent enslavement of mankind continued unchecked through the following century of exploration into the New World. By the late 1800s, hierarchical organizations dominated the earth, claiming the right to access anything they termed profitable, with the nation-state as their preferred means of enforcement. Religion and nationality were now the cultural glue to enforce a clearly predatory world order through selective interpretations of human history and natural science, which justified current power structures. But as Peter Kropotkin's life work attests, cracks were starting to appear in the argument for Western civilization as society cannibalized its commons. By now, Shaz has told his life story a half dozen or so times, depending on the order in which you decide to read him. Raised a Christian and the grandson of a World War II fighter pilot, as well as a former soldier himself, he has personal experience with American militarism on both sides of the propaganda aisle. Arnold Toynbee's A Study of History, published in 1947 and considered one of the greatest achievements in modern scholarship, predicted that societies fail when their leaders worship their past instead of planning for the future. In 1979, with his work Gödel, Escher, Bach, An Eternal Golden Braid, Douglas Hofstadter explored self-reference across multiple disciplines, settling on his metaphor of a strange loop as his explanation for the human experience of consciousness. And then Michael Pollan in 2018 described how to change your mind through experimentation with entheogens, plants which can alter one's consciousness. Michael related his experiences to spirituality, while Douglas warned of the paradox of self-awareness and Arnold of the terminality of dogmatism. Americanism is this dogmatism functioning as a self-referential state religion, shortly approaching the cultishness of a suicide pact. Indeed, no other modern culture is currently killing itself with more alacrity through violence or internment. Which is why, in preparation for his argument, Shaz rewrote the Tao and other Eastern traditions. Values are defined by the same universality used by religions. Zen Buddhism, anarchism, and open systems all share the keys to unlocking the modern dilemma of authoritarianism. But this is not how the debate has been framed. Using methods of emotional manipulation, science has been able to perfect since the art of propaganda went mainstream 100 years ago. False narratives, or lies, crowd the public forum. Promotion of this book will include tapping into the counterculture, or narratives that don't support dominant power structures, by expanding the discussion from the political to the spiritual to information systems. Ambassadors can be sought from any group with aligned values. Again, these would be anti-authoritarian, anti-dogmatic, pro-egalitarian structures. In spirituality, this would be the Zen Buddhist community. In politics, it would be the lower horseshoe of libertarians and anarchists. And in technology, it would be the open source software community, which Shaz argues is the basis for the modern internet and the latest social commons currently being captured by historic patterns of predation, as well as any of the popular community-moderated forum sites. With the internet, Shaz himself can become a media outlet of one, as he leapfrogs old channels to directly and organically grow his leadership, while still in the process of writing, giving them a vested interest in the journey and a say in the final product. That product, apparently, is a tool to, as they say, use the thorn to remove the thorn and then throw them both away. And so in constructing this book format, Shaz fears he's created a religion, hopefully a nice one. Living, secure, joyful, sachem, wisdom, loving. It's color-coded, and there are some words attached to the chapters, and the folders somewhat pertaining to associated subjects. If you click on the dots at the top of any page, you should be taken to a table of contents to see what we're talking about. Clicking back on the first page of any chapter should take you to a trade copy. And then there's also a TLDR version, one click after that, if you can only spare 5 minutes. So maybe it's less of a religion than a book proposal. But back to the only question, what is to be done? I'm running for president. Shaz is running for president. And it's 2024 now because I realize there's probably a lot more I need to do to prepare. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't get started. So get me some fucking money already. SB Barrick, sometime in December 2018, Washington Heights, Manhattan. Okay. And now this is Shaz Barrick, sometime in December still, 2018, from Monte Carmelo, Vieques, Puerto Rico. What I consider to be the gates of empire. The Taínos were here who greeted Columbus, and we began this whole shit show. And it's a nice place to end it. So get me some fucking money already so we can start the show.
Causes and events leading up to our entry into the war. Well, what are the causes? Why are we Americans on the march?